Nice. Alright, we are live on the on the YouTube. Good. Okay. Slipknot fan got here first. Nice, nice. Wolfgang on first? Nah, nice. Nice. Wolfgang, first on Twitch where it matters. That is like the one I watch the most. As far as like data. How's that, how's your classes going? Nylon Hazard, hey man. Welcome. Hope your day is going good. Yeah, I continued working on my like little Godot project. I didn't have a lot of time to finish stuff, but I did do the walls and I figured some stuff out as far as aligning the XY origins on the map. So things are going to be lined up now, not all crooked. Seems like there's an endless array of things to learn on Godot. So right now I'm just building out. I'm just trying to build some tiles, you know, get a level going, kind of like it's more just like a monster bridge. Monster bridge looks awesome. Thank you. Yeah. Like I said, I was. Once I get a little bit of progress going, once I'm a little bit more than just a room full of tiles, and I get like some kind of movement going. Like I said, I want to build an RTS style game, so. Once I get to a point where I have something to show you that's moving, I'll make a video about it, and I'm super excited. I mean, you can make like entire videos inside of Godot. Like, you can make videos in it, actually. Like, it'll work as an animation player. Classes are going well, ahead in zoology, and currently reading up on my anatomy stuff, plus storytelling isn't due for a few days. And then multivariable calculus is both a little tomorrow and a little bit on Wednesday. Multivariable calculus. Yeah, that sounds like... I don't know, man. That sounds really complicated. Sometimes I forget which way X and Y is, like, just to let you know, like, where I am in math knowledge is, like, sometimes I forget, like, is X up or sideways. Anatomy is on point. We're trying to get there. You know. We're gonna slowly address the... I just decided not to do the anatomy stuff because, mostly because, like, while I'm doing commissions, I want to kind of power through it a little bit and just get it done. But we'll go back to probably doing that kind of stuff. But it'll be more intermixed with sketching, because I think it's like super boring content for people to watch someone just like practice the same thing over and over again. And where is the Z? Well, Z makes it 3D, right? That's like when you have the like, well, at least in terms of 2D gaming, Z is like what makes it a plane above something else. Like if you want to layer an asset on top of something else, I think, right? So you got your X, Y, or I forget which way it goes. X, Y, and then Z goes this way. I believe, right? Is this a commission? Yeah, this is for this is the for Rini run. What the? Thank you for the follow. I actually like the anatomy practice streams. Nice. Yeah, we'll have to do the anatomy stuff, but it'll be more intermixed with drawing and sketching like monsters to kind of keep it light. Do people buy these because they want it, or is it for someone's storybook, story or book? They want them, bro. They need them in their house. Damon Dust says hello. Hey, Damon, how's it going? Thanks for the follow. I think that was you, right? The variables are interchangeable. Maybe you want Z to be horizontal, Y to be width, and X to be length. I see what you're saying. I would rather keep things consistent for myself so there's no further confusion. Future Oil says, good afternoon. Hey, man, how's it going? Did you enjoy the night show the other night when we were watching that? Man, that show got really brutal. Like, just the level of violence is, like, kind of, I mean, it's as real as you can get. They show you every little bit. It was pretty brutal. Yeah, I felt like it was pretty brutal. Depends on the standard we are using. On an XY plane, X is horizontal, and Y is vertical. Z would come out or go into the page. Right. Well, like in Blender, right? Like you can move around the X, Y, Z coordinates, like in the 3D space, so you can look at your object. So, like, I think I get the main concept. I'm just surprised that the Night Dunk lived after all those wounds. Yeah, that's the other thing, is like the amount of woundage he took, the amount of wounds he took during that fight is like, it's very hard for me to believe that someone wouldn't bleed out. Like, I know they had to make it dramatic, but like, it's like, he took quite a bit of stabs. You know. Mr. Clean says, Elvis Presley, what a guy. I think he had some good tunes. I'm not a big Elvis Presley guy, but he had some good tunes. Hi Clean, hi Nano. Nice, nice. Elvis was the first superstar. Okay. When you said you want to make a game, what type of game? The game I want to make is basically like a you essentially it's like an RTS, like limited resource RTS, meaning that you have a certain amount of each map will have it'll be like the main concept is like you start off as like a little infectoid creature and you have to infect the entire map of everything that's on there. So say you have like you know you're a little slug and you have to basically gain enough biomass to create new creatures like a swarm to kind of take over the entire map of all the things that are still not infected. And you know it's basically you're the bad guy kind of perspective. You're the creature perspective, but it's going to be an RTS, like control style of an RTS, isometric camera positioning, and that's kind of what I'm going for. Is something like that. I know I'm gonna get stuck for a long time at the programming stage when that starts, because that's gonna be the part where I just don't get it. But yeah, like I said, so basically imagine the game opens with, you know, there's a lab leak, little creature gets out, starts, you know, takes out the experimental rabbits, gains some biomass, hides, starts a little colony in the corner somewhere, starts spitting out slugs. Then you get like a scientist that turns into like a sort of feral zombie. He gets the other scientists. The soldiers become aware this is happening. They try to take you out. But your goal is to become strong enough that by the time you start getting assaulted by like the defensive measures, that you're strong enough to take them on, kind of vibe. That's the main goal there. Rini Ren, happy Monday. Happy Monday. Nice. Yeah, but that's the main premise of the game, is increasingly more difficult and complex levels where you have to, and like I do want there to be an evolution tree, so you get to choose a path whether you want to be a single strong creature or a swarm. And I know like this is kind of scope creep, right? Like the idea of like becoming an elite kind of a fast creature that can take out the whole facility, or a swarm decision, right? That's kind of like scope creeping. I would like to go more in the direction of a big swarm, like so it's more like an RTS game than a single creature takes on the entire facility kind of game. Elevator Monster is looking awesome. Thank you, Rainy Run. Appreciate that. Thank you. An open world in the Canadian Great White North with shape-shifting indigenous people, cannibal biker gangs, and one badass hockey player. I'll take that into consideration. Thank you. Sounds awesome. Remember when I was going to make a game, then decided to focus on my art. I remember when I was gonna make a game. Yes. Yeah, I'm just gonna work towards it. Like it's like I said, I'm just gonna like slowly chip away at it. I'm not super concerned about deadlines or like getting it done next year or whatever. It's just more something I'm gonna sneak an hour or two in a day and just kind of try to keep the ball rolling. More so than trying to say that it's gonna be done by this date. It's just gonna be an ongoing project, and I'll show you guys videos. Like once I get stuff moving around, I'll show you guys like videos of it. And just remember, everything's subject to change, so nothing you see there is going to be like final. It's just more ideas right now. Marvel Universe. Put the remaining years of your life into it. Be the next Shigeru Miyamoto. Is that samurai guy who was like really good at fighting with swords? Hey, yo, just stopping by to say hi. We'll be sleeping shortly. Missed you as always. Thank you, Jipochi. Appreciate that. Appreciate the stop by. Hope you have a good sleep. But instead of Mario, the main guy is Russian. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna make a side scroller. Like I said, it's gonna be Ages of Empire style isometric view. In other news, it's supposed to be plus 17 today, so it's gonna get actually kind of warm, I think. Like, I mean, like, actually the temperature's gonna start going up inside the house, which I'm excited about. Slipknot says, hi, Ren. Nice. Just a suggestion you could have later, the humans could build counters like vaccines and player has to keep evolving to win. I think the design structure is gonna be like imagine there's gonna be just more dangerous units on the map as the game goes on. Like first, right, like you have sort of exterminators in terms of like, you know, pest control kind of people. So like when you're a small slug kind of a thing, like a tiny creature, they can just like kind of, you know, spray you with like whatever, and then you die. And then later there's like security guards, and then there's soldiers. It's just gonna have more sort of dangerous units on the map for you to watch out for, and defensive mechanisms like you know, doors. And like I want to make it to where there's like a bunch of panels and electric systems and cores to destroy to deactivate those systems, like cameras and things of that nature. So we'll see. That's kind of the goal, is to kind of build out. But the fun thing is you go from sneaking around and being very careful. Hey, Reaper Put, what's going on? Just saw your thing. But the fun thing is you'll transition from sneaking around with a few units and getting scientists and rabbits to being an unstoppable horde, right? And once it slides into that direction, it becomes more like an RTS, right? Where you're just brutally stomping them out with waves of like infantry. How did your house sighting on the house? No, I have the materials. We got the materials in, and it's in my backyard. And the guy said he needs like 10 days. So he's just my guy's just busy right now. But it's fine. Like, we don't have rain coming or whatever. You're developing a game. I'm just, like I said, it's just like we're gonna keep chipping away at it. I don't want to say I'm developing a game because there's like expectations in terms of like when it'll get done and stuff. But I'm going to like slowly chip away at it. outside the stream like an hour, hour and a half a day, which is not a lot of time, by the way. Like that, like not a lot gets done. So it's like I said, I'm just right now we're just building out the visuals and tiles and lining things up, and then I'm gonna make a creature. You know, we're just slowly gonna start moving in that direction. He needs to put Ares in the game. I'm trying to think of a way I could put Ares in the game where it doesn't become like weird and disturbing, because you're mostly going to be infecting things. Like you play as the virus, right? Like you play as an infectious creature virus kind of thing that spreads like. Ooh, maybe maybe like covering, like I was just thinking, you know how some factions like StarCraft, you have like the Zerg, they have the goo that they spread everywhere that they can move faster on. Maybe something like that, like you have to cover the floor in like in sort of a pustule kind of like a goo that helps you but not them. Like they get slowed down and die, and you Ares has dialogue for tutorials. Oh, yeah, right. I think I'm just gonna make the first few levels easier and then kind of let people explore from there. It would be awesome to see a dog in tactical vest kicking ass. Gigi Akutami is just phoning it in when he draws. I don't know who that is, and we usually don't bring up names of other artists. He might be the worst artist of Shonen Jump, besides that woman who drew Demon Slayer, Professor Ares. I'll think about it, but right now I'm kind of determined to make it like kind of stylized, but not super goofy, where there's like talking dogs. That's the vision. Unless we get weird and it's like it was just like when you go down a certain amount of levels in the laboratory, like you meet Ares, like they modified a dog that can speak human. Yo, the worst artist here is in chat. The worst artist here is in chat. He doesn't even speak. He just barks. Let me let the dog back in. I'll be right back. I gotta let him. You could put in a beautiful princess Easter egg for Jen. I dig that idea. Dioff Darrow. We could probably do stuff like that. I just don't want to overly focus on this because there's going to be a lot of stuff like that isn't that you know, it's a long road before we get to the point where you're putting Easter eggs. That's going to be like the last thing that I do. So I don't want to you know, think about like the dog stuff right now. The programming is going to be like the learning that the Godot language is going to be like the biggest obstacle. Geoff Darrow is great. His comics are zany. Nice, nice. Jipochi says no. My stuff is just medium, pushed around, nothing special. Medium, pushed around, nothing special. Nice. Hey guys, did you say my Bilbo's house? Did you see how powerful gouache is? It's not better than oil paint, but you can do so much with it. Did you see my Bilbo's house? Oh yes, 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 yes. The Lord of the Rings stuff. Yeah, I like that. Did you see how powerful gouache is? Not better than oil, but you can do so much with it. Like Dr. Seuss, but I like him regardless, mostly for nostalgia. At least he makes stuff. Unlike me, I make something painful to the eyes, says Ruposhi. And learning digital art at a while, it's got lots of learning curve. Makes me want to learn hard on traditional. Lol. Coolio says, hey yo, hey Coolio, how's it going? Doggy Taps. What's Flotar been up to lately? Hey, how you been? Yeah, what's Flotar been up to lately? Mr. Float is sketching for a planned big painting. A3 size. Was it that one he was that the one with for Doom? Or is it a different one he's got going on? Jipochi says Flotar has a short stream today. Had a short stream, gotcha. Yeah, I haven't been able to log on because like first thing I do in the morning is like I was working on my working on Godot. So I didn't have a chance to like Who's your good boy? So he just came from like the sun, like he was under the sun, so he has like that dog smell, you know, like when a dog gets from under the sun, they have like that like super strong dog smell. And for the first time ever, I found a limit to color creation with minimal palette purple. There's no way to create intense purple. Nice dog, thank you, Mr. Clean. Yeah, I wouldn't even be able to tell you what a strong purple. Purple and blue kind of look very similar to me, so I couldn't even tell you the difference that much, to be honest. I know they're different, like violet, purple, and blue. I'm just like, that's kind of the same color, right? Like, I don't know. Rafi Rock, welcome! Xiao, hey man, haven't seen you for a while. How would be? How would be? Lurk for college studies. Alright man, yeah, good luck with your schoolwork. Nice. I'll show you how it turned out and how it should have turned out. Noise. I posted it on Donework. Nice man. Let's check that out. That looks good. The skulls. Is that the purple or? Oh, you're saying that's how it should have turned out, like you digitally edited to, or whatever, to like enhance it? I see what you mean, yeah. Yeah, that almost looks digital. Like it's almost glowing like a digital, though. Like that's hard to achieve. But it does look more bright on the one side. It does look more, you know. That's really cool. The world of color creation is really, really cool. Yeah. That's it. The pink color is how it turned out. Gotcha. One Piece is also bad. Is One Piece a show or? Does the elevator monster ever wrestle itself for fun? I guess that would be a good idea, since if you got an abundance of arms. I guess it could do just like tendon checks or something, like make sure all the arms are functioning. I imagine it would have to like rest some of the arms as it like kind of it probably would have to interchange its arm usage throughout its course, because like the 6 would get tired and then you have to like interchange them with the other 6 kind of thing. Elevator monster hates shopping for hoodies, right? Yeah, I don't know what it would wear outside of work. It'd be pretty limited, and it'd have to be just like a robe or something. If it's a hoodie, it'd just have to be like a robe or something with a string to like tie around its head. Otherwise, like nothing else would fit. You ever watch a movie? What you really enjoy for the first one, and then they bastardize the second one, but everyone else online is like such a good movie, even though it's not? No, I think the ones that have been like destroyed, I feel like they've been universally hated. Like I don't, and I'm not a big movie watcher, but like Starship Troopers follow-ups were pretty bad, and everyone agrees that those were bad. So I'm kind of in alignment with most sentiments, I think. I watched the film today, a sequel, and it's way more than the original, but everyone praises it as, and it's way worse than the original, but everyone praises it as being like fun, even so it bastardizes the original character and his whole act of what he was for. Sounds like every Avengers movie. What movie is it? Tell me about it now. Reading his comment. I mean, I don't think I have anything where like I severely disagree with the general sentiment. It seems like the ones that are like not liked, it's like I kind of go, yeah, I can kind of see why you wouldn't like that. Nobody 2? I've never seen the Nobody 1, to be honest, so I can't comment on that. Oh wait, that was the guy with the Nobody. That's the guy. Wait. Is that the movie about the guy he was like going to be the last one that was going to die or something? Like technologically, he was like, everyone was basically that was born after him was never going to die because they like fixed aging and he was gonna be like the last one to do it, to like actually die medically. And then, is that movie? Never heard of it. What it about? I like the first one. Sounds like I can skip the second. After says Rini Ren. The thing I kind of realized is I wasn't really getting very much progress with Morpho book because it is actually past my skill level majorly, and it was causing me mass frustration. Gotcha. Nobody is a good one. What's it about? Is it like the movie I'm thinking of though? So basically, I'm just doing simple figures now, and it's giving me a much better understanding because I want just following the book but not learning anything. I was just following the book but not learning anything. Future Royals has so much movie talk. Or Jen says hi. Hey, hey, Jen. Where's Baby Boy Ares? He did make an appearance earlier. Ares is refueling his drill tank. Morpho is an amazing book, but I'm just a bit early to benefit from it personally. Yeah, maybe. From form is basically giving your drawing length, width, and depth. Exactly, but when we don't know how to draw advanced stickmen, there's a serious problem with my approach. Pretty picture as usual. Thank you. The beautiful, also annoying thing about art is what works for one person doesn't work for another, and I'm still looking for what works for me. There you go. By the way, I suggest drawing through the figure. By that I mean wrapping lines around the shape and formally drawing 3D shapes and forms. Look at the figure drawing section of Stan Lee, John Buscema, How to Draw the Marvel World. Julio says, there is lots of arms. Yes. Rini Ren says, I have the day off, so I'm warming up the glass studio. Nice. Are you gonna make a frog or? Cool, tiny frogs, Rini. Nice. No frogs this time. I'm trying an experiment. Nice. The experiment is alive. Put your pencil on paper and get all the ugly representations on the pages. Jen says, be right back. That's Michael Hampton, Capital Ham. I make a bunch of flat rings that I'm going to stack up and melt. I'm I make them irregular so the stack doesn't stack always falls over on purpose. It usually forms a round puddle of glass that looks like a planet. Oh, I see, I see, I see. So this is like inside of a kiln that you're doing this, or is it like a hot plate that's out on the outside, like? Or does it just sit on a really hot surface and melt? I imagine it's like inside of a chamber, right? As air bubbles rise, it usually as the air bubbles rise to the top, I can fill those holes with other colors of glass. It takes about a week. As the air bubbles rise to the top, I can fill those holes with other colors of glass. It takes about a week. This is all done in a glass kiln. Oh, okay. I see, I see, I see. I think it'd be cool to put like LEDs behind it, you know. See what that looks like. I'm working on the design on a wall piece with solar LED lights. Oh, I see. Yeah, that I think it'd be cool with like the glass stuff with the LED lights or solar LED. Wall piece with solar LED lights. So it's gonna be a wall piece. Oh, like on the side of like. I think I get what you're saying. Yeah. We used to have like those like the ones you line up against your like driveway kind of thing. I know the main concept of what you're saying. With the solar LED lights, we used to have those. Angel, the depth of it just keeps getting better. Also, how is everyone doing today? Drinking enough water? I'm staying hydrated for sure. Staying hydrated. Definitely gonna need to start upping that as it gets warmer. But yeah, the hydration levels are good. Good, good, nice. Yeah, but the depth of field, yeah, I think I'm getting a little bit better at that. At the whole creating the sense that something's further away and closer back. I guess the thing I'm still struggling with mentally is like sometimes things are darker and in the background just because it's just a lot darker there. Because like generally speaking, the closer something is, the more contrast there is. That's the general rule, but sometimes that's not always followed, and I can't exactly figure out how to play with that consistently and use it to my advantage. I have a little bit of a hard time with that, but we'll get through that eventually. Like for you've practically mastered it? No, like not yet. I like, for example, drawing people has been a pain in the ass because I struggle with breaking it down into simple elements, proportions, measurements, and simple shapes. I get what you're saying, Lexus the Corgi. Have you tried just kind of like instinctually drawing, like kind of getting the sense for how long, like just having like one property that you go by, like in terms of like the length of your arms, like about where they stop, like without necessarily like measuring out every like little thing. You just kind of wing it and then see what happens and then adjust it until it looks right and then kind of develop that internal sense of like, okay, like this is about how long they are. I don't have to like measure anymore. Maybe do it that way for a little bit.
just comes with practice.
Noise. True. Like I was saying, for my game experiment, my first priority is probably going to be, I just kind of want to have like build out a sort of a simulation of infected versus uninfected scientists until the entire room gets infected, and like run that simulation basically. You know, that's gonna be my first kind of goal to do. I guess I just feel sometimes inadequate, and it's really upsetting because I feel like people who get gesture anatomy in like a month and they can actually draw something nice, and I'm just stuck here. I've been trying to learn it now for about 8 months. I mean, but when we did the head practice, like, you were getting it. Like, you were getting somewhere. I mean, it didn't seem like you weren't getting. Do you do other forms of art aside from pencil? Just curious, since your art style is so amazing. No, I don't really do other stuff. I just kind of stick with the pencil. Unless you count like. No, basically no. Like I've dabbled in digital and stuff, and I'm just not super interested right now in going in that direction. I still haven't gotten down gestures and anatomy. I've been trying to learn it for ages. Yeah, those are hard things to get. Those are hard things to get. There's just so much theory to gesture. There's so many concepts and understanding every direction. of the box is a nightmare. Even after doing 250 boxes, I can barely do it. But you can build anything out of boxes, though. You know what I mean? Like... There's definitely more shapes rather than squares. There's definitely more shapes rather than squares for it. It's a good starting point to know the general size of things. I don't know, it seems like when we were going off the Morpha book and we were doing the head stuff that I told you to do, it seems like there was like, I don't know, it seems like there was like quite a bit of progress after that. Gesture is S curves and C curves. I just had a kind of a bad day, but I hadn't given up on doing it. I'm basically just being told by an instructor to do 300 boxes a day until I understand how to do them. And I think I probably should just draw a bunch of boxes. If I were you, I would draw boxes. If I were you, I would draw boxes. Because like you need to be able to like rotate. I would just try to like rotate them or something. You know what I mean? Draw a box and then continue to slowly rotate that object in your head and keep drawing it rotated. Mr. Clean says that's not gonna do anything. The only thing you can achieve is getting good at drawing boxes. Mr. Clean, I like completely disagree with you. Like, you're giving advice to someone who's like, who needs to understand like 3D space and draw boxes. Like you need to start at like you need to drill the kind of like the basics. I don't know what you're drawing. Yeah, like you shouldn't give advice if like you don't know what like this person's skill level is. Like I'm not trying to be mean, but like you're kind of giving advice in like into a black hole. Kind of like you don't know who you're saying that to. You learn more from drawing from life. Yeah, you should do all that, but like if the person is struggling with like the basics, like doing like saying that they shouldn't draw boxes is like you do need to draw boxes. Like I would recommend like rotating them in the 3D space or something, like building off of that. Mr. Clean says you learn more from drawing from life. That's true if you understand what you're looking at and how to interpret it correctly. Like you should do that. It's just that like it depends on what level you're talking about. If the person doesn't know how to interpret that correctly, it's not gonna. It's. I'm sure everybody has at least once used boxes. It just depends on how they are being used. Will help you learn it better. Yeah, I would draw boxes in perspective and rotate them. You can build any kind of creature. Like once you learn spheres and boxes and rectangles and cylinders, you can build basically anything out of that. Just like you would in Blender. You know what I mean? Should they be in different perspective? Not every time. Like don't do a totally different perspective every single time, but yeah, they should be in some kind of perspective, and then rotate in that perspective. Then do that for a while, then change the perspective slightly. Gesture, S curve, C curve, asymmetry. You don't use boxes, spheres, and cylinder. Again, you're missing. You also need to use warping lines. That's all great. Like that's all fantastic, but you have to like build up to that. The stickman is important too. Didn't you say not to draw people with straight lines? It's kind of straight liney to me. The thing is, I'm not able to draw boxes, but I'm trying to unlock understanding of being able to draw them from any direction without having to look at a reference, without needing to think about it. What is even harder than being able to draw a box wall. Okay, yeah, so like that's what I'm saying is like you need to like that needs to be understood first. Like you can draw people. I just don't like. I've seen you kind of draw people though. You just need to like improve on it though. the stickman works as a skeleton. Yeah, that's true. Like I said, like you're kind of giving people advice. Like, no offense, but you're kind of giving advice who you haven't seen draw. And, like, we need to get this guy to like the boxes level. Okay, I'm gonna have to see, put user in timeout. Let's do 30 minutes. Sorry, Mr. Clean, you're kind of like being rude, and I gotta push you in timeout, bud. Like, you, like, anyway, I'm not even gonna explain it. It's like, I gotta put you in timeout for a while. There we go. Sorry, I don't usually do that, but he's getting really annoying. Thank you for the follow, by the way. Jen is back. Hey, Jen. But in all honesty, I 100% know I can get through it. I'm not going to be a doomer about it. I just got to work hard. Like I said, when we were doing the book and we went through the head, seems like there was progress being made. Can you explain the anatomy of the creature, please? Are those his legs, arms? They're all arms, because they're all for he only climbs. He doesn't walk. He's exclusively a climber. He gives warm hugs, I bet. The best ones, yeah. Yeah, you got this. Corgi. Practice is the best thing to do. Say, would you be open to commission? Yeah, I can do a commission. Right now, I'm only doing $50 charges plus shipping. 50 plus shipping. That's kind of where I'm at with the prices right now. Don't let Reaper hear that, but see, I'm trying to I'm slowly dousing it in darkness here, and it's gonna look better and better. This music super fits this. Can I do it in the case of just paying you to have it like a digital? Can I do it in the case of just paying you to have it in a digital file? Like I send you a like. I'm not interested in the shipping. I just want to pay for saying can kind of have it on my computer so I can put like a phone background. Yeah, I can. I mean, I can scan it and just send you the file for sure. Sounds good. What did you have in mind for your? Like, what's the thing you want me to draw you? The darker gradients are amazing as it goes down. Thank you. Yeah. Like I said, I want this to be shrouded in the darkness, and then you see like the limbs in the darkness kind of doing their thing. Let me know your prices and I'll see if it interests me personally or if I can afford it to begin with. Like I said, if you don't want me to send it to you, you don't have to worry about the shipping. It'll just be $50. Just something cute, something called my character doing something epic or humorous. Who's your character or humorous? I probably need a bit of time to think. This is just something called a whimsy. Just something cute, something called my character doing something epic or humorous. Probably need a bit of time to think. This is just something called a whimsy. Sublux, afternoon all. Hey Sublux, how's it going? Doing good, lazy day. Nice. Nice. Those are the best days. Enjoy. What the shipping cost? He doesn't want the shipping. He doesn't want the shipping. But I sent things to France and it was like $14. Like, it shouldn't be too bad. It really shouldn't be too bad. Another reason I'm also doing it. I'm also doing about 300 boxes. Is I'm a bit rusty on the boxes. Like I said, I would think of them in perspective and try to draw. You know how to do the perspective lines in the horizon. Draw them in perspective and then rotate them slowly. You know what I mean? But then you can add boxes to those boxes and build and build out like different shapes, if that makes sense, just like you would in Blender. And then like once you get that part, you can start to build out environments. Will you be sending it rolled in a tube? No, I send it. I have a comic book covers, and it's a little bit of a tight fit, but I get them in there, usually the comic book covers, and then I put it inside, and then I grab a piece of cardboard, or two from each side. I tape that up, and then I put it inside of one of those yellow envelopes. That's usually like a pretty safe way to send it. But actually, the tubes, that's a really good idea. Now that I think about it, that's actually a really good idea. Just because it's actually probably a lot easier. Like, that's probably infinitely easier than like what I was doing before. Because it probably, you know what I mean? It's not gonna rub against the exterior of the wall. Even if I put fixative on it. Yeah, but that's how I do it. But I can order tubes. Mail it by Raven. What's that mean? Mail it by Raven. I don't know what that means. Even though I use comic book plastic covers, that's genius. Never thought to use comic book plastic covers. Yeah, that's the first layer. But I like the tube idea because then you don't have to worry about even if you put fixative on there. You know what I mean? Just like taking it out. Reaper put says, dude, 93 degrees. In Brazil right now, that's crazy. That is crazy. But you know what? I think the shipping would be probably more expensive with the tube too. That's another thing, as I would have to send it in I would have to figure that out. Because it takes more volume, right? Just a volumage would be more. Y'all must be melting down there. It's 33 for me. Yeah, we're at plus. It's gonna get up. Oh, it's 18 Celsius right now. That's crazy. It's gonna get warm here. It's gonna start getting real warm. I find out if the tube shipping is cheaper. The tubes I see at cons are tiny, skinny. Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, see, I don't know if I want to do that then. I don't know if I want to do a tiny tube. I think I won't do that then because that seems like I don't want to like have it like look like a scroll and have you need for you. I don't want the person to need to like do stuff to it to get it to look normal again. What's even worse is that it could be nice to send it with a frame and glass. What's even worse is that it would be nice to send it with a frame and glass. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. The frame and glass seems scary. You know. I'm in the US, so it's definitely cooler this time around depending on which part. Yeah, this is the best time of the year. Like this kind of early spring. This is the only time it's like living is tolerable in Illinois. You get about 2 weeks of like good weather, and then you go straight into hell, and then it stays there until winter again. You guys should see the drawing frames they have these days. They're so cool. There's one where the drawing floats inside the frame. That is a floating drawing would be pretty dope inside the frame, or maybe have like a backlight or something. Not a backlight, but like some kind of a light system in the thing, in the frame. That would be dope. Mm-hmm. You should see the drawing frames they have these days. You can use a big tube, but I'd assume that's expensive. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know about tubes. I imagine it being like the tubes you see at like the banks or something, like where it wouldn't destroy the paper. Low I thrive in the cold. I like it like in a 60-degree kind of. That's like where I feel really good. Is like 60 to 70. That's kind of where I want things to be all the time. And the frames, there are so many really cool ones. It's the kind of thing the artist has to choose. It really enhances the piece. And the frames, there are so many cool ones. It really enhances the piece. I do think a good frame, well, frames it, right? Like it sets the tone for what you're about to experience, for sure. I think you're right about that. Where's Slippy? He was here. He was here. Where's Future? He's at work. He was on lunch. He's working right now. He was here earlier. I wonder what he's doing. Singing karaoke? Probably. I just made that up. I can see Future Will doing karaoke for sure. I can't confirm that kind of a thing, but I can see him doing stuff like that. This song is creepy. It was the Flood one, yeah. I joined him for sure. Why did someone get timed out on YouTube? It was like he was just getting out of control. The guy was just getting super annoying. Even before the art lessons he was giving people over chat, it was like. Sorry about that. I normally don't. I normally don't time people out, but if they're like super persistent about their opinions and stuff, and they just keep going on and on about it, then it gets to a point where I gotta do something. Because then I'm not enjoying the chat. Like, the guy wouldn't stop. I mean, it's good for chat, right? That he just wouldn't stop talking, but like it's bad for everything else. Yuri must want to block me sometimes. No, you're good. No, that guy, like, every time that guy's been in here, he's been kind of like, kind of giving people lessons, and I don't know. Just I felt like he was like it's not so much like the one thing. It's like the whole package. I hope I don't come across as annoying. No, you're good, Khalil. It's just like it's the whole package, right? It's like. Like the whole package just wasn't there. It happens once in a while, but and like I said, all I did was time him out. Most of my art students are quite difficult to deal with. You did warn him? Yeah. There's a couple of things he said. It's just the whole package. I feel like I'm pretty tolerant, but I don't know. If every time I see like the one person show up, it's like I'm like, oh no, it's like this guy. I have to start like curating the environment. Most of my art students are quite difficult to deal with. I think the. Yeah. Oh, so you do teach? You do teach the how to. Yeah. I think teaching would be really hard. I mean, I apologize, Nick, if I can be a bit of a nuisance. I genuinely try my best, but I understand. Oh no, I'm not. I'm not talking about you, Lexus. I know you mean well. I know you mean well. Uh, then chat is dreadful and stupid, and then the chat is dreadful, stupid, and annoying. Right. I'm one of the cool kids. Nice. I think your chat is great. Yeah. It's more too like you like I try to read the text right. Sometimes jokes don't come across that well in text, or they can be mistranslated or whatever. So it's hard to determine. So I always try to give people like a lot of rope. But if it's like the fourth stream in a row, and like it's the same guy, and it's just I'm always like annoyed, and like you know what I mean, then it does tend to be like it's like oh no, I just can't, like whatever the reason is, you know, you need like you have to start curating the environment, and it's like so I feel like I'm like I try to take a lot of things into account, but mistakes will happen, and sometimes not mistakes, sometimes I just whatever. um Teaching art and teaching painting and art in general, is it like the pushback? Do you think like is the hard part with like students taking on students, is it because like they give you a lot of pushback? It's quite complicated. I only have 4 students who are very consistent and have been with me for years. Nice. Slipknot fan, did you go to McDonald's? Um, no, it's a personality problem. A lot of people are anxious, depressed, unstable, or people who want to text all day long. Oh, text you all day long? I get that. Yeah, I usually like I said, I have certain hours where I have to turn off social media. Like I just kind of like you know like there has to be hours where I just like it's people try to text me or whatever. I just don't answer like anything unless it's like my parents. Like I you know what I mean? Like I have to have time where like that's not a part of my life anymore. So I totally get that. It's kind of hard to control that in today's world, you know, because like there's so much. Like most of my life is online. Like literally most of my life is like now online. So it's hard to like stop that. But yeah, I usually do like my evenings. I stop just answering things and checking on stuff. It's always good to have time outside online for sure. Yeah, usually it's like my evenings. I just kind of turn everything off. Well, I'm still kind of online, but I'm saying like it's at least like I just put everything off for tomorrow in terms of like answering stuff. I need time to defragment. There are people I offer exercises to, ask them to study, and they ignore me. People who started painting recently accuse me of ruining their artistic integrity. I want to do everything my way. Mmm. Right. Yeah. I've never, yeah, yeah, that is the student thing is kind of difficult, right? Because it's like you have personalities, and yeah, I don't even know how I would deal with it, to be honest. That's a tough kind of question. Elmondo, how's it going, Mr. Boss Sir? Hey, Elmondo, how's it going? Welcome, welcome. Define artistic integrity, says Coolio. Hey, Elmondo, hey, Coolio. I think they mean like if they're I think what he means is like they're saying that if they're being told to do something in a different way, then they're losing like their identity of like how they would do it. Whereas he's trying to teach him how to do it better. I think that's what he's saying. Jen says that's interesting. What did you respond with? I try to demonstrate how much the person doesn't know and how much they won't learn on their own. Lexus the Corgi says, okay, 50 boxes later, I think I figured out what my issue has been. I forgot a very basic principle about it, extending out the box to its length. Decide what is shorter. What is shorter is the side you don't want to focus. What concert costs just 45 cents? 50 Cent featuring Nickelback. Nice. What concert costs just 45 cents? 50 cents featuring Nickelback. Nice. I actually got that joke. Normally I don't know anyone's name. I don't. Lexa says, and decide what is bigger is the side. What is basically the focus is this basic principle has been making it impossible for me to do boxes in perspective. What field drifting? Armando says, have been in. This drawing looks interesting. What it depicts in what does it depict in your mind? Well, it's an elevator monster. It's a creature that propels itself with its limbs. You know, the machine that transports people between the floors. That's what it's basically. I think the arms are adding a lot now. Like now that we're kind of rendering them out, the more sort of creepy side of this, like aesthetic, is going to be down here, right? It's just a creature drawing, but I wanted to kind of really expand on the idea of like the limbs and stuff here. Really give it this like grotesque arachnid look with all the limbs and stuff. I mean, I have a question. Is it normal to forget basic principles? I forget them all the time, yeah. Like on this one, I had to redo some of the perspective stuff because I like forgot to like think of it in perspective. Like sometimes when you're designing, especially like when you're designing on the fly, you're like thinking of like design, so you like forget that there is perspective. It's really easy to like. This one is almost like completely seen from sideways, but there's still a slight. There should be a slight when you like look this way. Actually, that line might need to be... The line on his head might still need to be adjusted. Yeah, it's really easy to forget basic principles, yeah. I would maybe just do a checklist of, you know what I mean? If you're drawing something, like do a quick check. Not that I do that, but... like I'll just forget and then like kind of fix it. But I'm saying that no, like yes, that is very common to kind of be like, oh yeah, I forgot that this is in perspective kind of a thing. Okay, but does that guy going into work now? It's a creature, not an actual elevator. Yeah, like the guy that's going in there is a guy, and this is the elevator, operated by, its limbs, kind of thing. Any other silly jokes? I'm sure Slipknot has many, many jokes. It's like the exercises in the book you were doing. A lot of people think that learning a technique will corrupt originality. But originality is for masters, not amateurs. See, that's what I'm saying is like I completely agree with that. I don't think you do need to practice like the basics. It's like I get what they're saying, but it's like you need to know how like it's like if you know a little bit of anatomy. My creatures got a lot better. Like once I learned a little bit of anatomy, like a lot more compelling. And they keep getting better as you learn more. But the learning is really boring, right? It's like super not fun. And it's super unoriginal and it's repetitive and you're just trying to grasp things with your mind, and it's like it feels like homework, but it's like when you carry those fundamentals over to your work, it's gonna look so much better. I completely agree. You're not gonna create out of your mind. Like, or sorry, like you will create out of your mind, but if it's layered on top of what you know is reality, it's gonna be like much better if it has like the fundamental structures more solid, you know. Okay, but like after I rebuilt my motorcycle, like when I was doing like motorcycle stuff, I feel like my mechanical stuff got a lot better because like I knew what realistic mechanics look like, and I wasn't drawing complicated things for the sake of complicated. I was drawing things that look like they could be installed in a thing. It's like it looks like a mechanical contraption that would work. Not, oh look, like complicated things here means technology, right? Like that's what I'm trying to avoid. And well, I go for a retro futuristic style where it's like very mechanical and more basic looking. I think that's more, you know, unless I do like a completely futuristic thing. But you guys know what I'm saying. It's like everything adds to it. Oh wait, you asked me. Okay, but does the guy going into work know it's a creature? Sorry, I didn't read your Gengen. I misread your comment. Yeah, he does know. He knows it's a creature elevator. Like he's aware what's happening. You know what I mean? It's just that they have a different structure for the world. It's just how their elevators work is like he can see the creature. Like he's on a platform. You know, he's not like it's not hidden away from him. That's why we have this panel right here protecting the head from going down, so he can't be eaten. Kind of thing. I guess you could still grab him with one of the limbs, but you know. What's the difference between Hippo and Zippo? One's really heavy and the other's a little lighter. Nice. Coolio, just had lunch. I'll take a bit of a rest and resume working while watching Mr. Forrest here. Sometimes people want to be a rebel. What can I advise to that person? Is tell their students to learn the rules and then break it. Right. Yeah, I think breaking rules is better once you actually have mastered them and like you know why you're breaking the rules in order to achieve a certain effect, not because like you don't know what's happening. Kind of a thing. That's the stage I'm working on right now, right? Like the rules I break, I don't want them to because it's like I'm covering things up or trying to, you know, like hack my way through it. Trying to get to a point where the rule breaking happens on purpose and is what's today? Is it the 16th? Okay. I just want the elevator creature to look really excited, like a hyperactive puppy. I just realized I didn't have coffee today. How dreadful. What is the music in this song? Sounds basketball just being dropped constantly. Some peeps just want to do their thing, saying it is artistic style, but not knowing the fundamentals. I think I answered that one, but basically, yeah. And I think it's fine to do your own thing. But if you do go to a teacher, you are surrendering to some extent your sort of opinion, right? Because you're being taught. So, you know, to an extent, otherwise you're just like wasting your own time a little bit. If you think they can teach you something, that you should try to take stuff. I think I'm ready to go back to the Morpho book now that I've practiced boxes for a little bit. There you go, buddy. It's a joke that fits this image. Why do ghosts like to take the lift? It lifts the spirits. Gotcha. Yeah, that's a good one. that's why a lot of them only one. That's why it's a lot of them only one particular direction they're going in, because it's something they want you to learn to understand. Is the drawing the shapes in different directions. Yeah, I think that's very important. Like I said, I would even like draw them in perspective and add other blocks to it to kind of build out a structure out of that concept. Maybe and see how your brain responds to that. I was on a different stream where the streamer is doing a mentorship program for a fee, and he reviewed his client's portfolio and told them he's quite appalled that they graduated. Whoa. I was on a different stream where the streamer is doing a mentorship program for a fee. He reviewed his client's portfolio and told him he's quite appalled that they graduated. Wow. I'm kind of curious about. Like what that stream is. They're just calling that school out, you know. The book is extremely challenging, but I find it a lot of fun, like a puzzle game. Nice, Coolio. You'll have to tell me the name of that stream. I'm really curious about checking it out. Was the portfolio that he was showing, was it really bad? Like to a regular eye, like did it look bad, or was it? Steve Sketches. I'm gonna have to write that down. I want to check that out. I wanna check that out later. Like, what did he show the portfolio? And was it bad, or was it like just mediocre, or? What do you call a snowman with six pack? Abdominal snowman? Abdominal snowman? Nice. Are you using ChatGPT to write these jokes? Is it telling you, or? These jokes are on Sisal. Nice. Squid Rings. What he said is that his client can't find work. Biomechanical elevators. What I would is what I would name this. Biomechanical elevator. That's a good name for it. Yeah. Squid Rings. What he said is that his client can't find work. Love the jokes. Nice. Would you be free this week, Nick, to do some Morpho with me? We'll see. We'll see. Probably gonna be pretty busy. I can't promise anything right now because my schedule is kind of whacked. You don't need to promise anything. It's the kindness. What is of you even suggesting you would help? What I appreciate. Nice. Yeah. Why do you think, Nick, a lot of beginners skip studying basic forms and gesture, proportion, anatomy, and all the other fundamentals, or actual genuinely can get you in a better place? For a long time, I skipped all that stuff too. So, I still don't really do like gesture stuff, but like, because it's not fun. It's not fun. I just kind of drew a lot. Like, I'm going back now and like revisiting all that. But yeah, it's just because it's not fun, basically. See, it's weird for me because like you don't like you're doing all the practice but not doing like the fun drawing. Whereas I did all the fun drawing and I just like slowly got better through that by just practicing something, you know, within the drawing. Like I would try and do focus on like one area that I would try to understand, and slowly things got better. Now I'm going back with like anatomy and stuff, but yeah, they just don't want to practice it because it's not fun. It's quite sad when these people are getting into debt for college, but nothing to show for afterwards. Well, especially for like, yeah, you're right. That is kind of scary. It's quite sad when these people are going to college. Yeah, yeah. Especially for like art and stuff, and like art jobs, like right now. I mean, I don't know what industry anyone should go into because it's kind of like very uncertain right now as to where things are gonna go. But yeah, like art is like, man. And then like you said, the guy still didn't know how to do, like the client or like the guy who was trying to like learn, he was like still didn't know how to draw, right? So that's crazy that like that they graduated him without really giving him any skills. For me, it's the opposite. I'm working hard to have a lot of fun. I mean, I think you've seen me long enough in this community to know I'm probably not a casual learner. You're definitely putting the work. I mean, like I've seen you send me the practice stuff. Like I said, the only thing I would tell you is like, when you and me worked on those heads and from the Morpho book, you did end up being able to draw those heads. So, and before that, you know what I mean, I would draw around that concept maybe, and then add, like, as you learn more things through that book, try and like incorporate that into your work. What I want to know is those really rich people pay for pictures of like splattered on colors. You just don't understand that they're genius. What I want to know is those really rich people who pay for pictures of like splatter. I think I understand what you're saying. Yeah, I don't know. If they like it, they can pay for it, right? Like I you know, that's totally fine with me. I think some of that kind of stuff is fine. Like, you know what I mean? It's just like if the people like it. I have seen some pieces that looked interesting, but I do like traditional art more myself. But I'm not gonna hate on it. I'm not gonna hate on that stuff too hard because like I have seen some interesting pieces that were kind of like that. Maybe he was just left to his own devices because of his artistic freedom. Oh, you think no? Because then they still don't graduate you. I mean, art schools used to be brutal back in the day. They weren't like these like sort of experiences, right? Like it wasn't. They were like very concrete. It was like very. It was a very difficult. At least like when my mom went through the university or whatever, it was a very difficult thing to get. Love the hand and arm. Had no idea you were doing this much more of the doing this much more of this. Yeah. Is this more coding music? Love those playlists, whatever they are. Yeah. Yeah, I like this music. It's very good for like chilling and drawing. To be quite honest, some students fail because teachers don't know what to teach, but oftentimes the student was just stubborn to learn things because art is subjective and just want to produce stuff and ignore lessons altogether. I think that's true. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, Corgi, probably just have to practice daily so you get the muscle memory down with it. Why does that happen though? I draw sometimes something well and then I forget how I did it. Then I have to draw it again really well all over again. Basically, you already looked in the app. I can't find Discord. Oh, there it is. Granoli. I was like, yeah, Granoli. It's like they say Granoli or something, right? Like Granoli. Um, Granoli for frog in French. Grenouille. It was like something like that. It's difficult to pronounce. It's difficult to pronounce French words for sure, or for non-natives, obviously. Grenouille. I made it with AI. Nice. Thank you. What was the other word we had? Undesen or undesen. Uh, au revoir. Au revoir. Au revoir. Grow no au revoir. Grow no. Yeah. Au revoir. French way of saying goodbye. Right. The truth is, they've imploded the art world. Nowadays, it's just chaos and stupidity, and it doesn't help that some of the highest paid artists are about as good as a child. Well, yeah, the website you showed me the other day, it did look kind of like just like scribbles, but like for $4,000 or $5,000. That is, yeah, that is true. Fact is, I thought I was a good artist until I got the internet. I thought I was good until I got the internet. It kind of the same, yeah. And it's really hard to. I know what you mean because it's like it's really hard to be unless you're that like, and even like if you are in that top 100 or whatever. Like if you get to be like a well-known, like you are definitively like this star. Yeah, there's just a lot of talent, and I think because you are seeing the entire world, kind of, it's sort of, it's depressing first of all, but then also on top of that, it's like it is. It's just really hard to get there, to like get to that level where it's on that things get to that level. McNeuros, lurk. Hey guys, I'm super busy, but I'll lurk. Thank you, McNeuros. I appreciate the lurk, man. Thank you, thank you. The lurkers, man. We love them. But yeah, I feel the same way. Like, I've definitely seen artists where it's like, damn, dude, like that's, it's just so insane what they do. Oh, by the way, Edzoy from YouTube just released a video about ViewBody on Kick. Edzoy, what's he saying though? What's he saying about it? Is it rampant? I bet it's rampant on Kick. And the discussion also touched upon the situation here on Twitch. Dude, I need to see that. Like, what was that? What was the main premise? Like, what was it? What was like the main premise that you got walked away with? Like, was it that view botting is still like pretty rampant? Because that's what I would think, that it's actually like pretty bad. He's saying that most famous streamers there use view bots to boost viewership and retain their partnership program. Damn, dude. It's probably worse on Kick, but here on Twitch is really no different for me. I heard that it's really bad on didn't they do a big cleanup on Twitch with the view botting? Didn't they like do a huge like a huge sweep, and it got rid of a bunch of it, and like a bunch of people like lost huge portions of their like viewers. Like even I think even the ones that like if basically if someone lost only 10% of their viewership, that means they basically weren't view botting. It was just through like osmosis, maybe through like raids that the view bots got left over, but like everyone's like views dropped dramatically. Like there was people with like 600 viewers that dropped down to like 100 viewers. Can you imagine? And it's like it's kind of like yeah, like if you get 600 viewers, you're making pretty good money at that point, you know. And if you drop back down to like, let's say, you know, a fraction of that, then yeah, like you're struggling now. But I'm not sure. I'm sure there's like still. I'm sure they're gonna, you know, find ways around Viewbot or around those defensive things that they built. But I did hear that they try to clean it up a little bit. I get a lot. Hey, I'm at work right now, but your stream is great. Please add me on Discord. But those aren't like view botting. From what I understand, it's like if I went to a website and bought views for my channel to boost my channel. What you're describing is like spam, because that happens on my Kick too. But that's them spamming me to try and trick me to give them money for, you know, for something. That's not me view botting, right? Me view botting is me paying a service to like pretend I have viewers. I think the impact on the sponsors and advertisers, since they are ones paying, I think the impact is on the sponsors and advertisers. Yeah, it confuses the sponsors and advertisers, and I think like also I think the hesitation on like Twitch part to like clean this stuff up is like, let's say you're the only one that plays fair and square, and you like clean up your website and get rid of all the view botting, then suddenly your competitors who are like letting it run rampant look pretty competitive next to you. Like they actually like they look like they're kind of competing with you, right? So it's kind of like it's tempting for them to pretend they have big numbers, and not really fix the issue. So like I kind of get it. So they kind of like they'll make, you know. Who wants to go in front of the shareholders and tell them, hey, by the way, like we actually have like half of what we thought in terms of actual viewership, right? Like that's gonna hurt business. The worst is social media sounds like a account takeover hack. The worst is somebody who says hi, they rope me into a conversation, and then they say, have ideas for your stream and then they proceed to try and sell graphics. I've had a lot of those in the beginning. This is why I respect the hustle. Honestly, like I respect the hustle. I always tell them that, like I get it. You're trying to like make money, but yeah, I don't need. I'm good on graphics. They're probably gonna sell you like AI like banners, like you know what I mean. It's just gonna be an AI banner. This is why I don't add anyone on Discord, regardless if I know them or not. Accounts on Discord can be easily compromised. I don't add anyone on Discord. What do you mean, like you don't? But you use Discord, right? Yeah. If it's not streamer versus streamer, anyone sometimes it's platform versus platform. But yeah, Twitch just implemented their 2 per user account. 2 per user account. Not sure if it's effective enough. Oh, 2-factor authentication kind of thing. Tell me your Instagram and follow you. You're a crippling artist on all platforms. I know a guy who has 400,000 subscribers on YouTube, but in the last year his videos only gotten 25 views. That has to be fake, dude. That has to be bought. Like, there's no way he grinded to 400,000 subscribers. Cause like that doesn't make any sense. One thing that's also annoying, if you only look at art, the platforms only show you art. If you look at any other subject, the algorithm immediately focuses on the new subject. Yeah. I think mine's been pretty consistent. Like I have memes, I watch memes on Instagram and I watch artists, and that's pretty much all my algorithm ever feeds me is like those 2 things now. It just kind of goes between that and the other. I'm sorry, I meant a user can only watch 2 channels at a time. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, I was wondering about that. The whole like, does my view count if I'm watching like 4 different channels? By the way, Mr. Forbes, remember when I said that I'm planning to buy a 3D printer? Yes. Well, I tried purchasing 2 days ago, but didn't mention it because it might get jinxed, and then my payment got refunded. Says it's out of stock. Then they increased their price. Damn. Yeah, I was hearing like some bad news on YouTube about 3D printers. They want to implement a law where you can't print certain things, so that they want like an AI scan. Like I don't know, like your 3D printer has to be connected to like a network to be legal, and then like it has to be able to scan that you're not making like a part of a gun or something like that. And yeah, like I don't like that at all. And I guess like all these 3D printers are gonna stop working. Although I don't really understand how, because it's not really connected to the internet, right? Like you just plug in a USB stick with a file or whatever, right? Like it's not really. I don't know. I've been hearing some bad stuff about the 3D printing laws that are going to be coming out. There's only like one company that even has the technology to be compliant with like what they're asking for. And finally, it's super annoying to see platforms artificially promoting guys who are already huge. I do know what you mean. I do know what you mean. That there is like this, like once you're at the top, you're kind of like you keep heading to the top faster kind of effect, right? But yeah, it's not super good for like newer people for sure. I guess it helped with for making illegal weapons and all of that. Yeah. Uh, do, 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 do. Oh yeah, about that, I had this discussion with a U.S. citizen before. A trainer from work. A trainer for work. Some peeps. Some peeps are printing handguns. Yeah, I know you can print some of the like lower receiver and stuff like that, but the problem is that like when you look at there is actually not. I remember this was a debate a while ago with the whole 3D printing weapons thing, and like you kind of have the right to, because of the Second Amendment. Shouldn't be really anything preventing you from manufacturing your own firearms, and therefore you don't have to have like a registered weapon, because it's like it's your own weapon. It's like it's not traceable, and of course they don't like that. But I'm just saying, like, technically according to the Constitution, there's like, if you can manufacture your own weapons, you should be fine to go ahead and do that. It always pisses me off when they make all these excuses, and it's for ethical reasons, but we all know the real reason. They do this crap, money control. Most likely, yeah. Yeah, some people are printing handguns. I don't know if I would do it just because I don't know how much I would trust a 3D printed piece on a weapon, but they should be afraid of a 3D printer that works with aluminum. Yeah, I know aluminum is notoriously hard to weld. It'd be kind of cool if they made a 3D printer that could like replicate every part that makes that it's made out of. I think that would be kind of dope. Haven't thought of that. True. Aluminum is soft compared to other metals. Aluminum is soft compared to other metals. Yeah, it's pretty soft. It'd be good for like making like coolers for a computer or something. I'm sure there's a lot. I mean, yeah, if you could get like, I think the thing with aluminum is that it's hard to like welding is difficult. But I'm sure there's like, if you could get a 3D printer to use aluminum, I'm sure there's a lot of opportunity for market, capture with that kind of a thing. Just because like you can only like milling stuff out is pretty easy because of how soft it is, but it's easy to mill stuff out of aluminum, but it's not it doesn't do so well with have you ever guys seen the friction welding where they like spin two bars against each other for like in like lathes, and there's so much friction that it binds the two metals together? I think those videos are pretty dope. Easy machinable. Yeah, I saw that last week. Oh, the friction welding. It's kind of crazy. But yeah, I guess you can. I didn't realize you can make enough heat through friction to like melt metal. I guess you can. Drives me crazy. The other day I was listening to my older painting teacher talk about how he used to sell paintings for 10K in the 90s. There was a waiting list. And today everything seems so impossible. Yeah. Why wouldn't everyone just become a paint? That's crazy. Like, was he like a big name, or like was everyone who was oil painting like just getting it like that? You know, I just don't get it. Like, is that just what that's every like not every painter, but like if you were like a professional level, you could just make 10K. Like, I mean, how long does a painting take if you're a full-time artist? Like, let's say a month or something. Like, if you're like getting crazy with the rendering or something. You know, I don't know. I actually don't know. Oh, it's a big baby. It's a big baby. It's a big baby. You want to go outside? Let's go outside. Oh, yeah. Let me drink some water here. He was famous. He had a TV show in the 90s. Okay, well, that's different. That's different, though. Like, that's... you know what I mean? Like, if you're famous, that's going to be a different experience. in terms of like you're gonna have a list of people because just the volume of people that know about you. You know what I mean? Like if you're known by 100,000 people, I would say like let's say I don't know, 1 out of 5,000 you meet, they're like, I gotta have your work. Like I don't care, just I gotta have it, right? And have the money. Like 1 out of 5,000, and you're doing like it takes you like 2 months to paint a painting. Yeah, you're gonna have all year round 10K, just bam, bam, or whatever, whatever. Or I don't know, how long does it take to make not a huge painting, but like a decent size like paint? Like I have no idea. What's his name? Future Will finished that horse like pretty quick. But the baby before that, it seemed like it was like 3 months almost. It was like just kept going. The baby just would, you never heard the end of it. Yeah, I'm telling you, like after I get done with these commissions, bro, I'm gonna have to go PUBG my mom's house and get some supplies out of there, and I'm gonna have to try my hand at oil painting. I don't want any advice because like the reason is I need to just like I'm just playing around, right? Like I'm not taking it super seriously, not to future cope against like damage, but like you know what I mean. I'm not expecting greatness like from like trying oil. I'm just gonna like it's just for the stream and just for fun. But we're gonna give oil a go. We're gonna give that a go, just out of curiosity. But it's like, but you know what? I've tried like I had the same thing with like miniature. The reason I'm not too excited is I've tried like miniature model painting, and it took me a really long time to get good at it. And I thought I was gonna be just awesome. Like I didn't see how I wouldn't be awesome. And I was okay, but it definitely was like not that great. You know, it took me a little bit to kind of get the hang of things. It's like drawing. You can paint something in 10 hours or in 200 hours. Oh, okay. There you go. That makes sense. I haven't tried oil paints yet. I have them, but too intimidated. Yo. Yeah, I don't know. There is like something about oil that's like kind of intimidating a little bit. I totally understand what you mean, because it's like it does seem like it's like you're putting on it's like putting on your dad's shoes or something. It's like this doesn't fit. Like it's intimidating. I might have to take your offer on that Reaper. Let's go, Angel. I'll help you. Nice. Honestly, I would really like if I had like that oil paint kind of canvas, just like honestly the same size as this. That would be like optimal for me to kind of do, you know. I don't really want like a really big canvas to go off of my first time. I want like something more manageable that I can understand, like maybe slightly bigger, but have you tried sculpting with clay or anything? I feel like you would be good at it since your 3D feature, since all the 3D features of your art. You know, I've done Blender and stuff like that, and I've played with like clay, like you know, like the not Play-Doh, but that what's that clay that like for it's kind of like for kids, but it's like that stuff that gets softer the warmer it gets. Like I guess they do use it for stuff, but it's more like for kids. I used to like really enjoy working with that stuff as a kid because you could build anything out of that, and yeah. That makes perfect sense. With a medium-sized canvas, you'll already do well. I just don't recommend anything too small because the painting will look surgically precise. Because then the painting will look surgically precise. I see what you mean. Yeah, I think I do know what you mean. I think that's going to be an issue for me. Model magic? No, there's like a term for like that material, like that. So it doesn't harden. It's not like the stuff I had doesn't harden. It like always stays like soft, but it gets really hard if it's like cold, and it gets like really warm and like not stretchy. It's not really stretchy. It's hard to describe. I forget the name of it. It's like something between Play-Doh and clay. They use it like to sculpt cars, I think. Like, you know those model cars they make for car companies, like when there's like that guy designing a car. It's like I think it's like the same stuff. Biscuit dough. I feel like that's not the right word, but it slips my mind. Just found out Robert Duvall passed away, says Slipknot. Do not know that person, but my condolences to him or his fam or whatever you're supposed to say. Is he an actor, Slipknot? Air dry clay like Sculpey. No, like I said, this stuff is like it's always like soft. It's You can make biscuit dough at home. It's excellent. Interesting. Biscuit dough. Yeah. I definitely like, guys. I love having projects where I work with my hands and build stuff. I love building stuff in like metal and like clay and like all that stuff and engineering, like making something functional. Not like super complicated projects, obviously, but Robert Duvall's an actor most notable for his roles in Godfather, Apocalypse Now. He was a legendary actor. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm sure I've seen him. I'm just not a big name guy. I never saw Godfather, by the way. I know that's like a super sinful thing, but like I've never seen Godfather. Or which one was the Colombian one where he was like, "Say hello to my little friend." That guy. I've never seen that either. I guess I'm not a gangster guy. Like I don't have like the I've never been like inclined towards like having appeal towards like mafia or like gangs. I'm more of a sort of I'm more of like well, you guys already know like what what kind of stuff I like. I like just like more military stuff, I guess, like gangs on a big scale. Uh, I like him Gone in 60 Seconds. He's good in Falling Down too. Scarface. Scarface, yeah, that's a movie I've never seen. I'm back. Still no Aries. No, he's gone outside since then. I let him outside. He likes being outside when it's warm outside because it's like he never gets to be out there for that long, and now it's like what is it, 18 Celsius? It's actually quite nice out there. There's a gangster movie called King of New York, which is one of the few that thinks it's better than King of New York. One of the few that thinks it's better than Scarface. Oh, I the only I for some when you said King of New York, I remembered Gangs of New York. That was a pretty cool movie. Pretty brutal, pretty brutal. I like mafia movies because the message is real and clear. It's the devil's work. You'll become a god on earth, be humiliated, lose everything, and die like a nobody. Is that how they go? I mean, in the movies, I honestly, I've never even watched Godfather, and that's like the one you're supposed to like. That's what everyone swears by, and yeah. So I don't know too much about the mafia, but I've never been a glamorizer or like even kind of wanted to be a part of it. I've always kind of seen criminality with like disdain. To be honest, I don't know. I've never been like into it. King of New York stars Christopher Walken, Lawrence Fishburne. I'm surprised I'm not hearing more loud cars out there. Usually, when it warms up like this, you start hearing the motorcycles and the loud cars kind of going by. This is the season, and I'm not hearing anything. Although it is Monday, so that kind of makes sense. Monday is like not really the day. Yeah, true. I live in the city, so majorly all I hear. So that's city. So that's majorly of all I hear. I get what you're saying. Yeah, yeah. No, out here it's not too bad. I don't know. I think at my age though, like I'm pretty glad I live out here. It's a little bit away from the like city is a little bit too much for me. I think at this point. It's a holiday today. What's the holiday? Isn't it Labor Day or something? I forget, honestly. I forget. I forget. Nice. Selendria says, amazing work as always. Thank you, Selendria. Appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Yeah. I think this one's going pretty well. Actually, I really like the way, like when I look over there from far away, the hands are looking really good. Or like the sort of tangled mess of like the limbs that that it's going to use for propelling itself. It's like that's exactly what I was going for. I think this is this one is gonna be. I think I just don't see how this one's not gonna be like fire piece. I hear him. It's President's Day. Noise. Noise. I think I'm gonna just keep the door open. It's like perfect. It's like the perfect. It's chronically perfect. I'm gonna keep that door open. It's actually like the same temperature as it is in here. I want some fresh air after these months of being in like a space shuttle, breathing my own oxygen. It's President's Day. Google says. I still have to go to work. Nice. Do you guys celebrate President's Day and the same as us? I swear my dog is so dramatic with the water. When he like drinks water, it's like you just never hear the end of it. It's like, dude, you don't need that much water. Come on. Can you guys hear that? It's insane. I thought it's Side Chick Day, the day where the third party relationships are celebrated. Nice. Wait. Lexus the Corgi says, I'm gonna say an opinion. I think Pinterest art tutorials are one of the worst things because they only create bad habits, shortcuts, and stagnation. I don't use Pinterest, so I can't comment on that, but I'm sure there's some good stuff on there, but we used to get off Wait, sorry. We used to get it off, but they switched our day off to Juneteenth. Oh. I see. I see. I hear some countries like I hear in Europe they take like every holiday off. Like they work like 13 days a year. Like I swear that's what I hear. Like the Europeans, like they have so many holidays. I'm super jealous too, cause like we used to have that at work, and then they like somehow lined up all the days where you never had any days off ever. Like none of the like never, like you'd never get an extra day off here or there. Like you just come into work all year round, and then like Christmas they'd be like, I know, bro, we need you in. I just saw another in the slideshow, those little soldier guys before. So what you drew recently was part 2. It's the same universe, yeah. The Sons of Mars, yeah. It was a continuation of that same kind of idea. Sometimes I like to like draw little troopers. They're made for people who don't want to learn fundamentals. Are they? Yeah, like I said, I've never been on it. On Pinterest, like I know about it, but I'll celebrate President's Day every day. Not everyone gets to have the biggest criminal thug as president. Long live Brazil. Are you allowed to say stuff like that? Like you're not like a little bit scared that like maybe like keep that on the down low? But like I get it. Like it'd be cool if it wasn't like that. Who was that? Who was that guy who cleaned up his country? There was like it was like some South American country, and the dude just like was like, okay, if you're a drug dealer, like the police just like line up. They just like shoot him. Like if you're a drug dealer, just instant shit, like just shot on the street, and then like they put like all of these people like. Even if you get into a scuffle, like you go to prison for like 9 years, and they like there's like, and it's not like chill at all. There's no sitting around. They like work 8 hours a day. They have to take mandatory like education classes. If they show attitude, they just get like it's crazy. Like the dude but the country like it went from the highest murder capital or whatever in the world to like just super squeaky clean. Super chill, no criminals anywhere. Like I forget what country it was, but like maybe a little bit of that. Like you know what I mean? Every artist thinks they can be a teacher. I don't, dude. I actually don't. I actually do not like teaching. Every artist invents their own academy of masters. Yeah, I actually like don't enjoy that. Like I only do it if someone keeps asking me, and I'm like, all right, I'll show you some stuff, but I'll show you some stuff. But what about the stereotype of Americans being fat, stupid? Isn't America great? True. I would be a terrible teacher. Yeah. El Salvador, Naib Bukele? Is it Bukele? Thank you, Jen. Thank you for supporting America. Someone stood up for America. Thank you. As an American, I can confirm that they're all fat and stupid. Nice, JK. Confirmed, yeah. One thing, I am the only one bugged by the background audio. Most streamers use explain I'm slow. Explain because I'm slow. Uh, I just try to choose music that I can run without it being super abrasive. Like that's my only goal. I don't really. If I could play the music I wanted to, it'd be way more lit. But I just legally can't. They'll nuke my channel. So I try to go with like music that like isn't gonna do that. That's why we listen to Skyrim a lot. Lol, I wouldn't want to be in any other country after that. I think I agree. Partially because I'm era adapted at this point. Like I'm super like settled in. I have a house. I don't like to move. I'm sure other places are very wonderful. Nothing against them, but I do like America the best now, with all its flaws. Even with all its flaws and like the stupidity that you know what I mean. That's sometimes here. It's totally chill, and I think that it's America. It's better. You know. Maybe ideas. Wait. Maybe the idea of live stream was ruined by live chats. No, I think live chats is what makes it good, because that's honestly like I just riff off of what you guys say. That's like 80% of why I'm talking is like chat. Otherwise, I'd just be sitting here quietly. Something so good about seeing people being okay, working in normal time lapse, and then what? It is good only in comparison to TikTok shorts. I'm not 100% sure what you're saying, but like I think I get it. I think I agree with what you're saying. But yeah, it's more of like a hangout, more so than like high octane like speed reels where you're just getting dopamine into oblivion. This is like the rehab from TikTok. I'm not bothered by this background. Audio, nice audio. America is still wonderful. People complain because they don't. Yeah, America, honestly, like it's still pretty chill out. I mean, you know what I mean. There's concerning things on the horizon, but America, like, it's pretty good. It's pretty good. I can't complain. You do have to be like, and you have to be smart everywhere. But America, I do feel like because there's like less safety nets maybe than other countries, like. That like if you're kind of dumb, I think America can be like really cruel to dumb people because they don't know what's going on, and they like you can just get yourself in so much debt, and then like no one will help you because they don't like get like the consequences, and that's just something you have to deal with. And like you know what I mean, like you just have to be like smart, and like it's not kind to like dumb people. Wonderful. I just asked you one topic. Prove you're not stupid. I can't. I can't prove that. It's like chat is a stream dialogue. Yeah, it's like a stream. It's like a stream of consciousness. I've actually been like pretty open about my stupidity. So like that's just part of the show. Where in the world they are kind of too poor and too dumb? Where in the world they are kind of too poor and too dumb? I'm not sure what you're saying. I vouch for Yuri, he's not stupid. Thank you, Jen. Haven't been there yet? Nice. I'm starting to believe I can definitely get Anatomy in 6 months. There you go, buddy. Yeah, like I said, I would just verbatim copy that book over and over again until you can replicate what you see in it. that's definitely going to go in your brain, and you're going to be able to uh, that's definitely going to reflect on your work. If you're able to draw what you see in that book, I don't see how you wouldn't be able to replicate that stuff. Like some of the stuff you were doing after we practiced ahead was starting to look like you were going in the right direction. Isn't the streamer not American? I've talked about that. I'm from Belarus. I've been here since I was 9. The name is Russian. It's Belarusian. But also Ukrainian and also Ukrainian and Belarusian and Russian, yeah. Yuri is Hunted American. And I'm not even sure what that means. Hunted. I know it from the astronaut. May their souls all rest in peace. I know from the astronaut. Yeah, they didn't name me after the astronaut. My grandfather was also Yuri, so that's why they chose that name. But that's the story behind that. Show them your medals for being best at everything, Yuri. I did used to have 2 championship medals from Taekwondo. Like I had 2 first place medals. I don't know what I did with them, to be honest. I'm not a big like saver of trophies. Like you guys know me, I throw stuff away. I'm not a big holder honor to things. Like I don't believe in like having like. I think you should just move on. Look at your medals and then move on. I'm not a big like save these medals forever kind of hunted. I don't know what that means, Jen. You have to explain that. Hunted. Oh, Hunted America. Oh, I see what you're doing there. Okay, sorry. That took me a while to grasp that. Okay, I see what you're doing. 100. I say you're an American as long as you believe in freedom or something like that. Like I think you're in. You know what I mean? You just have to believe in like. Guys, I almost read an entire book about like the revolution. I almost made it like 3/4 of the way through. So saying I'm not American is just like it's like you don't even know, bro. That book had a lot of pages and it was like pretty boring. But I did find out some factoids about Adam Scott or whatever his name was. Very cool guy. I didn't even know that he went to the Dutch people to secure a loan for the war effort that they were very reluctant to give us. Very reluctant. And then John Quincy, he became a president too later. His son, John Quincy. So, how many of you knew that? Probably not that many people. Exactly. You just have to, like, believe. I was so American, they didn't even require a citizenship test. Because, like, I guess if you show up early enough and your parents go through the process legally and all that, you just get indoctrinated like naturally, like through osmosis, and they just said, "Nah, you're good." I promise. That was funny in my head. I just be over here shutting up. Before Yuri is Benjamin American. Therefore, Yuri is Benjamin American. Nice. Oh, because of $100 bill, Benjamin American. The fact that that's a good one because of the $100 bill. The fact that you got 3/4 of the way through something. The fact that you got 3/4 of the way through something and then gave up is the most American thing ever. Actually, the thing is I'm not really sure where the whole stereotypes of like lazy Americans comes from, because it's like most Americans I know work like kind of crazy hours. I don't even people think like they don't even know. Like Americans work crazy amounts of hours, and I don't know. I think if I were to like wave a magic wand and like do one thing, is like definitely improve like the whole situation with like the diet. Like that's like the one thing is like, yeah, like the overweightness is like that like that's just a food industry problem that needs to be fixed from the ground up. Other than that, Americans are like insanely productive, and smart sometimes. Who knows? Maybe one day I'll get a gifted genius visa, and move to America. There you go. Well, they have that golden path. If you have like, what is it, $5 million, you can just like get the citizenship. You just need to become a super famous artist, and then you just buy the gold platinum package, the super citizen package, and then you're in. I found a channel where the gift had just seen the Terminator of the first time and really enjoyed it. And some guy in the comments said, finish the Terminator trilogy, you won't be disappointed. Right. Terminator 3 is garbage. Do you think so? I don't remember. I know the first two are considered, like, I don't even remember Terminator 3, to be honest. I'm thinking, dude, there's only 2 Terminator movies. There's no trilogy. Yeah. No, I don't even... Yeah, I like the first 2, for sure. It's an insult to call it a trilogy. Oh, because the third one's so bad. Yeah, it's hard to hold on. It's hard to hold on like to a franchise and like make it like last. It really is. Like, you know what I mean? Because like basically it kind of does this. This is what happened, right? You make a genius movie, like the first Alien film, right? And then they kind of do upscale that concept to like just a bigger scale, and people love it. They're like, okay, it's the same thing, but it's like bigger, better. And then the third one, they don't really know what to do, so they like, you know what I mean? That's when things like kind of start to fall apart. Usually the third one, or if there is a trilogy, it gets shaky, really shaky by the third one, but it's forgiven. And it gets included in there, and then like when they try to dust off the corpse and like revamp it, that's when you get real bad. You know what I mean? Like that's when it gets gross. Both are directed by James Cameron, and they are the only ones I count as canon. Have you seen Robo? Oh, you know what? Another one is like the one that got really gross is RoboCop 3, I think. The one after the chicken one, after the robot chicken. That movie wasn't even about RoboCop. He was just like, it felt like he was in it, and then like he had some, like, it was like a movie that included RoboCop. It like really had nothing to do with him. I really think really think RoboCop was like one of those movies. If they gave me the money, I would do the. I think I could make a really good RoboCop movie. Like honestly, like I could. They just got to give me like millions of dollars, and I would make it retro futuristic, like 80s again. Like don't turn him like the last movie they tried to make. I think it was like 2015. Like he looked like a sports bike. Like they took sports bike, like fairings and put it on the RoboCop, and I'm like, okay, this is going in the wrong direction already. Like, and then yeah, like give me the money, I'll make RoboCop correctly. I can't bring myself to like Alien 3. Yeah, I think I agree with that. I think I agree. Terminator sequels are embarrassing. Yeah. You could use AI. Yeah, but like it won't. No, it needs to be real. You could use speed dance. I don't want to jump on the. I don't want to do AI stuff. I don't want to do that right now. You know what I mean? Like. My heart is not in it like that. I need to do it for real, I guess. But yeah, you're right. It's like some of the stuff that's coming out of there is like crazy. Some of the footage you showed me, it's like, oh, bro, it's over. It's over. Like if you make movies right now, I would be sweating. Like sweat should be pouring down your forehead right now because it's like. As kids, we try to make some like action flicks for YouTube, and it took so much effort and editing and like coordinating. Try to get 4 people together at the same time. Try to do that and feed them. It costs like hundreds and hundreds of dollars, and like the stress. And then we had to go places where we weren't supposed to be to film. Luckily, we were kids, so we were forgiven. But I'm just saying, it's like the amount of effort it takes to make something like a film is like insane. You'll have private mansion and millions in paint. Nice. To Reaper cut. Nice. I can bring myself. It's always it's like I always say. It seems like the producers and writers handed the movie to 12-year-olds. Every idiotic scene, every plot hole, it feels like they want to ruin the movie. Sometimes it does feel like that. Yeah. I heard Disney is coming down on the AI stuff because of copyright infringement. Yeah. So much effort to watch movie too. So much effort to watch a movie. I mean, I can make it through a movie. Dragon Ball stuff in AI is amazing. Like I said, I'm definitely going to use ChatGPT for programming, like to help myself learn to understand GD script or whatever it's called. I like. There's no way to do it without that, right? Like, I mean, you can learn with manuals, but with AI, it is like. But I don't know. Would you guys consider like if you're using ChatGPT to like understand the programming, are you using AI to make the game? Because obviously, I'm not gonna use it to make any of the assets or anything like that. But like if you're using it to help you code, to at least like learn to code, is that using AI to make a game? Would that go under the same category? I feel like it's a little bit different, but you are still like you are being AI assisted, right? It's like real martial arts action movie with Dragon Ball characters. I saw somebody like make like I saw someone make a behind the scenes for like a Dragon Ball movie, but it was like AI with high contrast or lights. Paul holes if you can see a plot, but also violence and audio. That picture with high contrast or lights. I used to take behind the scenes photo on film productions, and I was always impressed by the mountains of people and equipment just off screen. Filmmaking is crazy. Yeah, we didn't have that. We just had like my parents' camcorder, but yeah, like usually you'd have like something more than just that. But yeah, like it takes an insane amount of effort. No, you're using AI to learn something. That's true. Yeah. Did you ever photograph behind? Wait, did you ever photograph behind the scenes of La Haine? No, audio. Jen is short for Jennifer. I love how he says it. Correctly, you mean? I thought La Haine was cool French movie. Have you been abroad? The United States, you mean? I went back to Belarus twice. That's it. I go places in here. Jen is short for Genzilla. In real life, she's 6'7". You guys are picking on Gen Gen again? Uh, you are starting on blue parts again. You are starting on blue parts again. Yeah, because that's part of the same. That's part of the same mechanism there. I feel like. She's 6'7". Dang it, ignore that. Long legs are fun. She has people who tie her shoes. I'm only 6'4". I date a 6'7" girl. Jen has seen Keanu, so she hates my conversations too. Thank you for the follow. How do you think you have worked on this art piece and time and effort really shows? You know what? It's hard to say. Like, I know it's well. There was that one stream I only did 2 hours because I had to leave because of the stuff came, and yeah, I don't know. It's I'm definitely like getting up there with the hours, but I still gotta do more. I want all of this kind of like getting darker down here. I want that darkness kind of thing I like to do to like really emphasize these limbs, and I think they're gonna look really good in the dark. So I don't want to talk much for now. Only going to watch. I don't want to distract. Just want to say hello though. Thank you. Ahram. I think that's correct. Ahran. I'm not sure how to say that. Coolio says hello. Yep, nice. Once I ran into Patrick Mahomes' brother, and that guy was super tall. Darkness with it would look dope. Yeah, I think this would look a lot. I think this is gonna look a lot more creepy and just a lot more everything. 17 viewers. What the? Nice. I'll take it. Thank you guys. Thank you for watching. Looking spooky with all those arms? How are you supposed to game and check your phone? And you know what I mean? Like, you need all these arms these days. You never know. Nice. Man, this weather is cheering me up. I got the door open and everything. Fresh air. Did you see the Dota hero that resembles your creature? His main skill is a bunch of ghostly hands. No, I checked the thing when you told me to, the Yap chat. I didn't see the Dota creature. You need a lot of arms for a lot of strawberry milk. Oh, because he drinks strawberry milk? Yeah. Uh, is Genzilla about tall men and men in general? Who would guess? Strawberry milk is so yummy. Yeah, they are. Yeah, I agree. I do think milkshakes are actually pretty good. They had like really good. Do you guys know Culver's? I used to go to Culver's, even though they're kind of pricey, but like they got really good like custard and like all that kind of stuff. I don't go anymore, but one day I might. I'm loving the shadow work. Thank you. Future Oil said, wait, if the guy gets accidentally eaten, is it an occupational hazard? That's a good question. We'd have to take that up with HR, see what they say about that. Culver's only when I get an annual income. Get my annual income. They're pretty pricey. They really are. It's probably going. It's Foros is probably going to Starbucks after this though. Like I said, I'm off coffee. I haven't had caffeine in forever. The blue tint is perfect. The original had the same tint. Oh, the bluish tint, yeah. I just like the mechanical, the sort of the stuff that's like mechanical components in the back, kind of having that look to them. Did you guys hear that they re-released Diablo 2 on Steam with a new character? I'm not really I'm not like super interested in playing that game again, even though I love Diablo 2, but I think it's crazy. Like they're kind of keeping that game going again, kind of. Like they're actually getting Diablo 2. It'd be crazy if they release like new content and stuff. That'd be crazy. I saw that. Oh, did you really? Yeah, they have like I forget what he is like. He's not a druid, but he's like, I think it's a warlock. A warlock character. I think it's awesome. But I think it's awesome. Diablo 2 is like still alive because they added to it. You know what I mean? Literally, like the game has re-emerged. One of the other things that would be like really interesting is like do you guys remember Stronghold Crusader? Is that game? I've always wanted to like make a like use the same, because you can have you can have different timelines with fortifications. Like it'd be kind of cool if that same company took that 2D engine and made like a game, like literally just redid the assets to make it a different theme and different like sort of different kind of like units and stuff, but like change the, call it Stronghold whatever, and just change like the theme of it, but have the same kind of concept, like a small scale civilization surviving in the post-apocalypse, anything. I would really love to see that game, like them do something more than what they've been doing with it. Stronghold Crusader is another one of those like gems that like deserved more, but I think they made a huge mistake by going away from the when they walked away from doing the 2D engine. I think that's when things started to go bad for them. I think it should have stayed on a 3D or a 2D engine, not a 3D engine. It's like it lost a lot of its charm, and it's like a lot of the vibes. Which metal is blue? Oh, this one right here has like this bluish tint to it. Like up here, it has a little bit of a bluish tint. It's crazy. People. It's crazy because people are going back to really old games. It just goes to show you the state of the industry. Yeah, yeah. I think there's a little bit of that to that, but I think some people just want to revisit like old stuff too. Sometimes I'll replay old games. I agree, Reaper. I find myself playing emulators. I still play with new stuff, but it's different. Yeah. I think like most new stuff is kind of like it feels a little bit like a job at this point. Um, like they all have like a thing you're grinding for. You're not just playing. It's like I think the only persistent game that's like online always is like Helldivers, where it's you. There is stuff you can get from playing the game, but there's like the story that unlocks. It's not just like get this many points to get to the next thing. There's like this overarching kind of narrative that's happening for everyone at the same time. So, you know what I mean? You have something to sink your teeth into. Whereas whereas like most games, it's just a grind fast. Or at least the old games don't at least they don't have the grind fast. You just play the game for a little bit and leave. I'm looking to turn on my PlayStation this week for the first time in years. PlayStation 3 or I've been in Mario mood lately. It's a shame that Helldivers is too demanding for my PC. Gotcha, yeah. Usually, like, Helldivers, you can, like, scale it down pretty good. Like, it's pretty well optimized. Like, I'm running a 1080 Ti right now, and it's running okay. Funnily, the Amazon guy just showed up at my house with new chargers for my controllers. Nice, 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 nice. Anthropology student, your art looks so Sigma. Your art looks so Sigma. Thank you, I appreciate that. I appreciate the glaze. You hear that, guys? My art looks Sigma. I'm gonna check that noise. Look at noise happening right there. What's going on? They're unloading something. They're like building a deck or something. They're like unloading things, so that's why there's like weird noises coming from over there. Very Sigma. Do you guys mean Six Sigma, like that industrial measurement where it's so scorching hot? It's nice outside. Is it really? I think it's nice outside. Like, this is perfect temperatures. Like you put on a hoodie and then you feel great. But yeah, the Six Sigma. You guys know what that means? It's like, I forget what it means, but it means like basically making. It's. I think it's mostly related to metalworking, and it's like means something along the lines of like making something to a certain standard, like I don't know, to a six whatever millionth or whatever, something like that. I don't know. It's a manufacturing like some kind of standard. But I appreciate it nonetheless. I didn't know that. Yeah, I don't know how people mean no, it's not Six Sigma, it's Sixth Sigma. I think it's a cult. That is Lean Six Sigma. Yeah, it's like Six Sigma or Six Sigma. It's like some really high manufacturing. It's mostly talking about like when they reproduce coins and they have to get every reproduction to a certain perfection. And it only I know like you can do it to other industries, but it like really only works in like stamping out coins, because like it's really difficult to replicate that to other industries. But because the variability is too high. In like if you work with plastics, it's like you're not gonna get a standard like that going. Oh nice. Rainy, I hope you have loads of fun game rotting. Yeah, game rotting is fun. He imitates Captain from the movie Full Metal Jacket. It's hilarious in Helldiver's environment. Have you seen Atlas, your animation? Have you seen Atlantis animation? The Disney cartoon? I've seen the... I think you're talking about the... yeah, like didn't they make a Disney cartoon about them finding Atlantis or something? I've seen that. I know Six Sigma as a business methodology from 2005-ish. Yeah, I only know it from manufacturer. I'm pretty sure it came originally from, but it's like I said. I think it should only apply to metalworking because it's, or I guess maybe 3D printing or something, right? Because like it became a very popular term, and then people like saying it, and then something I've noticed in a lot of companies is there's like they go through these trends and like something will catch, and they'll like that'll be like the thing they say, but the thing is like they would not bring up Six Sigma if they understood how our process worked, like what we did. It's like things move around too much in terms of like from 10 minutes ago, right? Like it just does move around too much to like apply that standard for what we did. There's a certain amount of give to like you can't have it be the same. It just the material doesn't allow for that. But they wanted that key phrase because it was like the popular word to say in the industry. So they're like Six Sigma, Six Sigma. Yeah, we're gonna do this Six Sigma. It's like, dude, like you're not gonna get that here. You can only do that if you're like a coin stamping company, and if you have like like the most modern technology. Is this art an ad or anti-ad to corporations and work? Oh no, I never really. I don't think I really don't put like messaging in my artwork. I'm not like one of the fighters for whatever. It's either a joke. All of my art is either a joke or I just think it's cool or whatever. I'm not really big on like saying things about stuff. I know if people feel like it's the thing to do, but no, I don't really get into all that mess with trying to like be like anti-corporate, like whatever. It's like I already like think that stuff is bad. I don't need to like. This is just an elevator monster. And I'm not saying corporations are good, by the way. I'm not like just because it's not about that. I'm not saying that I'm supporting that. I'm just saying that I don't really get into the like taking on politics with my artwork or whatever. I also noticed a lot of times, like when you notice comedians when they get to a certain like stand-up comedians when they get to a certain level, they kind of get preachy and like they kind of start to go in that direction instead of like being funny on stage. That's when their careers kind of tend to fall apart. You'll notice is like when they start to get like, I think with art it works a little bit better. But with comedians, I've seen a lot of comedians become like instantly not funny when they start to get political and just like preachy about something, and it's like, oof, bro, go back to your bread and butter. It's the elevator technician. Some people are putting messages on their art like it's a editorial cartoon, but whatever, it's their art. Yeah, I just don't do that stuff. Atlantis from some decades ago is much better than the nowadays drawings. But it's the places that they drew that are cool, not the characters. Sometimes the elevator monster is just an elevator monster. Yeah. We might fire up Diablo 4, or dare I mention Beltmatic. You have Beltmatic on the PlayStation? Really? That's a really good game, though. That is a really good game. This could be a ride at one of those places in Universal Studios. True. Yeah, that would be cool if you showed little people buckled in. If the hands are moving, it can prune out the nasties. If the hands are moving, it can prune out the nasties, eat them, and claim it as a bitching fee. Sign would say, "Please come. I won't eat you." And I in really small print at the bottom would say, "Unless I'm hungry." Beltmatic on PC. Gotcha. Yeah, that would be hard to play with a controller. Honestly, I've been drawing a dumb abstract thing and can't stop drawing. Those are fun. How about on the PlayStation, what do you have in mind to play? I love game writing. I think she said Diablo 4. That's more of a controller-friendly game for sure. This weather is nice, but I'm not gonna lie. I've never been this warm in February my whole life. Kind of freaky. I agree. I agree. It is a little bit. It is a little bit like not scary, but like how hot is the summer gonna be? You know, because like if it's like plus 18 now, like are we gonna hit like 40 Celsius or something? I don't know. Like 44 Celsius. You're gonna have to be worried about things spontaneously like getting lit on fire, you know? Diablo 4 Horizon Zero Dawn. It's still gonna go back down. Like it's still gonna go back down to a 2 and 4 later on this week. Not that well, yeah, later this week. Like I think this is just a freaky like I think this is just a counterbalance. I don't know. I don't think this heat wave is gonna last, is what I'm saying. I think we're still gonna get another full, pretty cold month before it starts getting warmed up here. Illinois likes to do that. We get like that fall spring kind of thing going on, where it kind of does like a week of nice weather in the winter, kind of like heading into the spring, but then it goes back to being cold almost all spring. And then it kind of, yeah, we usually like, we don't have like a nice spring. It's like we get 2 weeks of it, then it gets cold again, and then over the course of like one day, it's like hot summer, and then then the heat never dies down again. And the non-stop rain of April and May. The non-stop rain of April and May. I don't think we didn't have it too bad, did we? Last year, I feel like last year was pretty. I guess we did have a lot of rain. Never mind, we did have some rain. I just kind of miss those days. I feel like back in the day, we had a lot of like summer days where it wasn't like, it was just like nice outside. Do you remember those days? Maybe it's just because I was a kid and I'm misremembering, but like now you can't go outside. It's like you have to be inside. Like it's just like you know what I mean? Like we did, but I'm gonna say starting in 2025, weather has been freaky. I think maybe it's part of it is because I used to never pay attention to the weather as a kid, and now I'm more because I like have a house. I'm like more aware of what's going on in terms of in terms of the weather, so it's kind of different now. When anything goes wrong, I have to pay attention. So that's part of the issue too. As a kid, I would love going outside, rain, snow, or shine. Yeah, not anymore. Like anytime the wind picks up, I get like, I just all that like whenever it rains or anything, like all I get is anxiety because that's usually when things break. Trash Boat 93 says this is incredible. Thank you, Trash Boat. You're incredible, actually. This man speaks reason. I'm actually really happy. This is my commission This is my commission in like a really long time, and it's turning out really well. I think I'm really happy with it. I think I'm gonna erase this arm up there though. I'm gonna erase this arm up here, and I'm going to add two arms, kind of going like one like here at this angle on the wall, and another one going like at a angle like this up there. I think that's gonna look really. Look at it. Look at it. That's so horrific. I love like the mess of hands and everything. That's why I'm like doing an extra good job on the rendering, because it's like it's gonna look so uncomfortable. Like, doesn't it look uncomfortable to look at? It's like there's just like this incredible in Spanish. I feel sorry for the little dude. Does he realize he's about to die? No, he's actually going to be safely transported. The creature has been fed. He's like completely fine. No, the creature's fine. Like, this is just how they transport people in this world. There's nothing happening that's outside the realm of norm. Oh, I see. I have maybe 3 more arms than that creature. Nice. He's actually a Twitcher going to his stream room. That hand in the background. Nice. How did you get started as an artist? You have a very impressive style. No, I just draw. I just draw. Like, my mom was an artist, so I just... Oh my god! Nina Jane Art with 40. Thank you so much for the raid. Pew, 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 pew. Let's do a shout out. I'm so glad I learned this shout out trick where you don't have to be able to spell their name. Shout out. And Nina Jane Art, shout out. Oh wait, unrecognized command. What the? Shout out. Oh wait. Oh, God. Uh, okay, I did it right this time. Nice. Wolfgang got raided. Welcome, raiders. Thank you. Yeah, thank you so much for the raid. Thank you for the emoji. I hope you guys. I hope you guys had a super fun stream. I'm just continuing on my horrific nightmarish world here. So, as per usual, you know. Thank you for the hearts. Yeah. 41 raiders. What the? This elevator was kicked out of the hive for not having enough arms. Once they offered to cast me in a movie because I'm kind of small and thin, and the movie script was supposedly sweet, but I declined. You were offered to be in the movie, Simon Chov? I've never been offered to be in a movie. What the? That's pretty cool, though. The reason why I declined is because once I wanted to script write, but they ditched me. I wanted to script write, but they ditched me. Wait, hold on. They came up to you and they're like, you can be in a role in the movie, but you're like, actually, I want to do some of the script writing. What the? That's usually not how that works, right? Like, actors don't say it's like I'm gonna be doing some of the writing, just in case you're wondering. I would just be happy if I was invited to be in a movie. Just for like a couple seconds, you know. Usually you walk in and say, where do I sign my life away? For being in the movie. I don't think it's all bad. I'd be in a movie. I'm not really an actor, I'm really bad at it. Nice. It's alright. Me neither. It's because at the time I was looking good for the role. Oh, I see. Yeah, sometimes that's all it takes. You just have to be good looking, and the right time, the right place, and don't forget good looking. That also like ups the ante for sure. I wanted to write because I like developing ideas. Oh, by the way, sorry, Nina Jane Art, if you want to put your Instagram in here, I totally keep forgetting to say that. I don't know if you're still there, but if you want to put your Instagram into the chat, if you already left, it's totally fine. I understand. I forget the steps. I wanted to write because I like developing ideas and stories because I feel dumb, and that's how my mind flows and feels better. Writing is always good. I'm not much of a writer. I'm more of a visual person. I just make pictures happen. Yuri, if you saw a flying saucer in the woods, would you go towards it or leave ASAP? That's a really good question. I would take a photo and leave, bro. Like, I would take a photo and leave. Honestly, like, I'm here. Don't worry. It's past midnight. I'm lurking while cleaning my desk a bit and getting ready for bed. All right, gotcha. Thank you. Yeah, I need to clean my desk pretty. I've been needing to clean my desk for like for a while. Yeah, as far as like flying saucers, um, I guess it depends on how convinced I am that it's real. If it's real, then you're basically done. Like it's just, uh, I don't know. That's a really good question because it's like it just depends. If you think it's real, like let's say you know it's real, I think it'd be good to exercise caution in that situation. Um, yeah, I don't know. I'm trying to imagine. I probably wouldn't go towards it. Like if I noticed it, like I don't know, 20 feet away, I wouldn't keep coming towards it. You know, because you don't know how its propulsion system works, and if it's going to instantly vaporize you when it decides to lift again. I don't know. That's a good question, though. I think anyone who says they're gonna be like super brave about it, if you really think it's real, I don't know, because like I would just assume that if they notice you, you're gonna get instantly vaporized. And like I said, remember the movie They Live? Do you guys remember the movie They Live? Who was working with the aliens the whole time? Right? Who was working with them the whole time? If they found out you saw that the aliens may not even be your problem. I hate feet now. Well, I don't know. I don't hate feet. I like the convenience of having them, but I like optics and pictures too. Nice. It would be too dangerous to get close to it. Yeah, I think it would be dangerous too close to it. Yeah, but my vision is not the best. My vision is still pretty good. I'm 35, but like, I feel it slipping a little bit. Like my eyes get tired faster, but I still feel like my eyes are in pretty good shape, relatively speaking. For a 35-year-old, I don't like wear glasses, but like sometimes I do. But like they don't help me. I just feel like my eyes are tired, and I put them on, but they annoy me, so I take them off. Yuri would invite the aliens to drop their Insta into chat. Dude, if you could get an alien hookup, like not hookup, I mean like an alien to help you in life. You know what I mean? Yeah, I like that would definitely help your career if you had like that access. Ooh, I saw a UFO sighting reenactment on a TV show. The guy saw a saucer from afar with aliens walking around outside the craft. And as they were looking at the aliens, one of the aliens saw them. Yeah. Like I said, I'm not super like into adventuring out, out there. I'm definitely not gonna come towards a saucer if I think it's real. Like obviously, like if I saw one, I'd probably assume it's fake. But alien buddy in life sounds awesome. Yeah, that would be pretty awesome. Then Yuri would ask the alien if they ever played Belt Medic or Buggos. I would, yeah. I would want to know what they're playing. The alien looked up at them on the hill where they were observing the. Oh, I would ask them if they've ever played Destroy All Humans. That's actually a really good game. Destroy All Humans. That reenactment was scary AF. Yeah, I bet. Wouldn't you guys want to know what games they play? Like I said, I have a good. I'm the only one making. I'm the only one that's actually making a video game that's catering to the alien community, where you play as the infectoid creature that wipes out the laboratories. I feel like everyone else caters to humans, and that's very exclusive. We try to inclusive everyone. I think I'm an alien that doesn't live like one. I think I'm an alien that doesn't live like one. That makes sense. Imagine you see an alien with other aliens in the woods. Wait. Imagine you see an alien with other aliens in the woods, and he whoops his head around to look directly at you. That would be freaky, yeah. Well, they also have those big eyes, right? Pretends to be human. They play tabletop humans in houses. You know what would be a good game? A communist version of Monopoly. That would be pretty funny. Like, you can't buy any of the properties. You know what I mean? Like, you can't buy any of the properties. You're just poor. Research research points to this. Facial beauty is everything. Oof. Black pill. I think there's a little bit of truth to that. I do think, like, I think there's a little bit of truth to that. You know what I mean? Like, unforged, but that is how the human psychology works. I do think, like, there's a little bit. I don't want to go, like, super black pilled about it, but I think there's, you know, you definitely have a leg up if you can speak clearly and are sort of easy on the eyes, for sure. Imagine sitting on a couch with an alien eating Cheetos, drinking beer, and playing Helldivers together. I don't think they would appreciate that. I don't think they would appreciate you playing Helldivers. It would probably be here to stop us from inventing Helldivers. I think, like, every science fiction thing, we end up doing it. And I think, like, Starship Troopers and Helldivers is kind of like in our overall scope of, like, what we're going to end up doing anyway. And I think the aliens' work, if anything, would be to stop us from becoming an expansionist, like, empire, like Helldivers. And so I think that they would, like, probably hate that game. It would be like, I don't know, bad. I don't know. Others will turn our world around. I would be concerned if I was an alien. If we ever advanced to, like, a point where we could just light speed our way to other planets, and we found other civilizations that weren't as developed, wouldn't you be concerned that they could get off that Earth and then not become part of, like, this sort of peaceful sort of space community? Right, like, that would be kind of concerning. That would something be you'd want to keep an eye on that. I think if aliens exist, I think there was I watched a snippet of Barack Obama doing an interview, like, recently, and he's like, they're real. He's like, I've never seen them, but they're 100% real. They're not at Area 51. But he was like 100% like serious. He's like, they're definitely real. They just don't. I guess the president doesn't get to see him. Play Mortal Kombat. Okay, play Mortal Kombat with an alien. That would be fun. Bad ones usually get the most. Bad ones usually get the most. The good most. Wait. The good most don't deserve. I think that regardless of what people think and say, the sight of something inexplicable would make 99.9% of people run like animals. I think, yeah. Yeah, I think so. If it's truly outlandish and you can't make sense of it, I don't think many people are gonna like venture into that like openly. I think predators are shiny and clearly handsome. Nice. Okay. Good point. That's how you catch prey. Nice. Um, Wolfgang Deo says there is this thing called Drake equation, which takes like 6 probabilities and spits out the approximate amount of space-faring civilization in the area. But depending on probabilities, either life is out there and we will encounter it, or is scarce and we will have to look for it. I think I've heard of something like that. And think they've come to the conclusion that if life was not scarce, it would have already taken over everything. But I just don't know. I'm kind of a hopeful romantic when it comes to like aliens and stuff. I really want there to be aliens, and I want there to be cool stuff that like I don't know. I just think it would be so boring if our destiny was to like kind of just live on this earth and like, you know, I don't know. I just think it'd be way cooler if we did become a spacefaring kind of civilization. And not like a lower orbit. I mean, like really build worlds out there, you know? It was the whole theme of my astrobiology course in 2018. I spent many years watching ghost videos. You wouldn't believe how capable people are of faking anything. True. Yeah, I think it's easy. It's easy, like, even if you, like, watch a scary movie, then, like, you start hearing things around your house. You know what I mean? It's like, your mind plays tricks on you. It's really easy to, like, get that going in a dark and uncomfortable place. You know what I mean? Like, that's pretty easy to get someone kind of riled up. Reaper, I would run for the hills. Is there any other streamers on YouTube who draws as long as Yuri does? Probably not. Probably not. I don't know. Sleepy, I haven't seen anyone else. Neither have I. I would definitely run. I've seen a few people maybe do 3-hour drawing streams at most. To be fair, today I've been blabbing a lot. Like, I've been just talking a lot today. Which is okay. Sometimes you gotta do some... Sometimes you just gotta run your mouth for a little bit. Yuri stream checks all the boxes. Nice. Yapping. Yapping is my favorite pastime. True, true, true. It is fun to talk.
I think there are civilizations outside our planetary system, but maybe they don't. They still don't have technological advancements we had, or it is too advanced that they think it's not worth the visit. What if the aliens out there are us? Does that make sense? Like, what if it's past humans living in other planets, but we just fell? Our civilization like fell apart, our galactic empire fell apart, and then they just evolved into different humans. And then like we find them again later, thinking they're different like species or whatever. But yeah, I think that I don't know. I think there is life. I just believe there is life. I don't care. I don't care what's the sign. I don't care what the sign says. Don't care. I believe there's life out there. That's what I want. If the Mormons were right, and as you said, Martians are us, is that what they're whole Mormons? I thought they believed in like, I thought they were like kind of like a branch of. I'm not really sure what the Mormons believe, to be honest. Although I know about them, but like I forget. Like they have like the dude that looked at the tablets or something. I've actually heard good things about. I've heard like people say really good things about the Mormons. Actually, I've never met one, but there's a huge amount of humans out there in galactic civilizations. It would be odd that if the laws of physics works the same way everywhere, right? Then the selective pressures would be kind of similar on every planet, even if gravity's off or whatever. Let's say the circumstances are kind of similar here and there. That like they actually were looking for aliens, but we end up finding just like no matter where you go, it's kind of more or less similar structures. Like one of the more common things that reoccur in nature are crabs. Is like it's such an efficient design that like you see like lobsters and all these crabs and whatever they keep evolving into that structure because it's so efficient. And I wonder that whether like we're actually kind of like there's nothing to look for because the selective pressures are going to be the same. It'll just keep making more crabs and humans and like tigers or some slightly different variation of it, of course. But I do kind of wonder if it's going to end up being kind of stupid like Star Trek. Like it'll just be people with like a blue eyebrow and it's like cool. Like cool, bro. I came all this way to find people with, they have like blue dots on their skin or whatever. It's like, what if there are big ants? I'm sure we will later call Formix, and their way here to try and colonize Earth. Well, honestly, I wouldn't be too scared about that because ants breathe through osmosis. If they don't have lungs, they will die here. And the only reason I guess I heard about that, this is soft knowledge here, I didn't do any research or anything, but I think like the only reason insects are small is because they don't have lung capacity. And so like they used to be a lot bigger because there used to be a lot more dense oxygen, and they just became smaller just because like the things changed. And so yeah, I'm not giant ants, they would just die here. Star Trek would be awesome if it were real. It would be pretty cool. I'm not a big Star Trek enthusiast. Like I've never watched any of them ever, but I am not a hater of it. I like that people like it, but I'm not like. No one has ever read Ender's Game series books. I read the first, and then I read the one with his brother that used to abuse him. I read like 3 of them. But didn't he end up? Wasn't that the whole thing? He ended up beating them, and then when he talked to like one of the queens, and then they said that it was like it ended up all being a misunderstanding, if not the humans' fault. It's kind of like Starship Troopers-esque, right? Like. It was like that the queen was like they made peace, but then like something went wrong and then the war restarted, and Ender ended up beating the queen. And then there was a whole political thing about how like they wanted to democratize the ants, but the ants were like, well, we're ants, we don't have individuality. Like, what are you talking about? And the humans are like, you need freedom, like, or whatever. It was like a whole. I don't know. I vaguely remember those books. Well, there's prequels now where the Formics invade an unexpected Earth, is what causes Ender Saga for trying to exterminate the bugs. Yeah, but they at the end when Ender meets one of the queens, she says, "I'm sorry, it was a misunderstanding. Like, we all make mistakes, bro." You know, a little oopsie daisy. It wasn't a misunderstanding. They just didn't realize we were sentient until we came to knock their door in with a molecular disruption device at first. So were we the bad guys? Were we the bad guys? I forgot like what the whole lesson was, or was it just you should just be really good at war? Was that the lesson? I forget now. Well, the lesson is finish what you start. Finish what you start. Yeah. Yeah. I think I can agree with that message. You should finish. What if our planet is actually called Treason? To those in the know, and we are missing an element needed to create spaceships, and we are here as a penal colony situation. Well, I did think that, like, because humans used to, the Greeks would put sheep on certain islands. But didn't have any natural predators, so they would just leave them alone and then go harvest the sheep. I think it would be. See, the thing is, I kind of don't think so. I kind of don't think we're like a colony for harvesting or anything like that, because like they would stomp out any attempts to get off this planet. Like anybody that got on any kind of ship that could go into lower orbit, they would just blast you immediately. You know, unless they're working with the, I guess unless it's like the movie They Live, and they're actually like working with the ruling class to make sure it doesn't get out of hand. Or we're some experimental thing like in the movie Prometheus, right? Like where we were created as an experiment, like their project, and they end up hating us, like in that movie kind of thing. In a case like that, I could kind of see like somebody created us, kind of like Black Goose style, into the water or something. But I don't know. I'm pretty optimistic about our situation. I kind of don't think we're part of a harvesting situation. What if I plan to do? That's another book. A Planet Named Treason was a good read. I might have to check that out. I'm not a big reader, but have you seen Our Spacefaring Adventures? No, we have only ever went to the moon. Allegedly. No, I'm just kidding. And Voyager 1 and 2 are finally out of the solar system or close to it. That is far cry from interstellar travel. Oh man, that is kind of one of those things, right? Yeah. Our speed travel is kind of because Alpha Centauri is how many light years away? And it would take us at our current rate. You'd have to have like a multi-generational project to get there. Yeah, I don't even know. I think we need to focus on Mars, or focus on building moon colonies, so that the people can go harvest it or whatever's up there, and then go to Mars next. I think that's the most like logical thing we should do, to be honest, is build civilizations on other planets, or giant space platforms with some simulated gravity, and then also, do you guys think rich people will get to live on Earth and the poor will be sent up to mine the asteroids, or is it going to be like the rich people live in space? Because I had like this argument. I kind of thought the rich would try to escape by going to space, but actually they kind of made a good point. It's like it'd be like way better to like just send poor people to space, right? To like make mining colonies in space. Like Wayland Utoni style. We should build colonies in space and avoid Mars. Like in space? Jen is saying goodbye. Alright, bye Jen. Thank you so much. Have a good one. Beetles too. 1/3 of all species that exist are beetles. Basic physics says that any attempt to terraform Mars, the hydrogen will fly off readily. I think it's a dead end, and there's no colonization like Musk wants to do, as well as the rest of the people talking it up. Well, do we have to terraform it, or can we? I know they tried to even build biomes on Earth that failed, like make insulated biomes that they just didn't. The plants were supposed to produce the oxygen, and like these 8 people went insane up there. This was on Earth, by the way, and Yeah, I don't know. I think like I don't know. I'm not a scientist. I'm not an expert, obviously. That's why I'm on Twitch. But I kind of yeah, I don't know about terraforming. I don't know enough about that. I was thinking just building like a bunch of buildings that'll be isolated until it like, you know what I mean, until you can get stuff off of Mars that's like valuable enough to sustain that colony economically. And then you just grow it, you know, and use it as a launch point to other planets or something. The heck with terraforming, you know. There's been wild theories that Venus. Wait. There's been wild theories that Venus, Earth, Mars, and the asteroid belt should be sibling planets with its proximity to the sun, and technically Earth is the third sibling, with the Venus as the youngest, but it isn't developed yet for humans, while Mars is already dead planet and the asteroid belt is a destroyed one. They are arranged like a planet's life cycle. What's the point of inhabiting it if we don't terraform it? We're going to be like a moon colony. The moon is close. Yeah. Well, first go to the moon to get the technology worked out for it. Just because, like, the reason I want, like, the thing is like, to me, it doesn't matter if it's a dead planet if we can like just build cities there that are like, you know what I mean, just like, it's cool if it wants to be dead. Like we can still like move there. You know what I mean? It's all right. I'm cool with it. As for the Ishra belt, I would not be surprised if it used to be a planet, but I got ripped apart by Jupiter. I would not be surprised if it used to be a planet, but I got ripped apart by Jupiter. Yeah, what's up with the asteroid belt? How come some planets have asteroid belts and some planet like why doesn't that stuff go down to the planet? I believe one of their first goals is to create oxygen and then water for life survival, then figure out the rest later. That's a good idea. Clocking out of work, there you go, buddy. But yeah, it's fine to branch off of Mars, but like the usual talk is Mars because no one gets excited about Moon anymore, despite the Moon being gone not being gone back for decades. I think I agree that we should first settle the Moon. Great tourism opportunities there. Fantastic tourism. Relatively short travel. It's like we're being handed this like, and I'm pretty sure it's made out of cheese, so that's like free food right there. Like I'm just saying it's right there. Just go do it, and then like we're gonna learn a lot. Like, just imagine how much people would pay for moon rocks. Like that's your economy right there. People are gonna pay for moon rocks, like little moon rocks, $20,000. That's your money right there. And then you just find whatever's on there. I'm sure there's like something on there that's like we can mine, and like who cares about the environment? It's dead. We can just mine the crap out of it, and we can like. Maybe even honestly, since these planets are dead, you know how people care about the environment, and I do too, but like if we can export our mining to these awful planets like the Moon. I know the Moon isn't a planet or whatever, but like if we can do our mining and manufacturing up there and then just leave like the beautiful stuff on Earth, I'm just saying it'd be kind of worth it. Where you're going to get hydrogen to combine with oxygen to get water. That's the point of my referring to basic physics. The hydrogen is gone, so the water is impossible. The hydro. Oh wait. Like your mind the crap out of it mentally. I like your mind the crap out of it mentality. It already looks like shit. That's all I'm saying is like we can use the awful planets for mining and manufacturing, and then leave the good planets. You know what I mean? You sign a contract for like 5 years. You go over there, you do a little bit of moon mining. You come back with like a $500,000, right? Like watch the movie The Moon. I mean that's a dark movie about it. That's like the bad version. But I'm saying like imagine the good version, right? And then yeah, I don't know, something like that would be cool. Mr. Foros is correct about the cheese. Nice, nice. Yeah. But where is the hydrogen? You're going to bring it from Jupiter? How? Yeah, but that'll we'll figure that out on our way. You know what I mean? It's like we don't need to. We'll bring some water with us, and then you purify your water that you pee out. It's fine. Like I think you're overcomplicating this a little bit. Like because you're trying to think 2 steps ahead. I'm talking about right now. Like you gotta think in the now. There's probably a chance of life, meaning a livable space on the icy moons of Jupiter. Yeah, I think, you know, it's like a tech tree, like in a game. When we go to the moon, we get new tech. Like we'll figure stuff out, then other things become easier. How do we get water out of the atmosphere from Earth? Stop thinking so much and just do it. Yeah, exactly. It's like that's going to be heavy. Oh, hauling water to Mars? Teleporters, bro. Deal with lack of oxygen later. That's kind of what I'm talking about. You know what I mean? I think you need to have a positive outlook on things. Actually, that is the goal of Mars Exploration Rover mission. They are planning to find oxygen, water, or any means to produce those on site. My son, do not go on that mission. Let your friends go instead. I agree. I agree. I definitely wouldn't. I definitely don't want to be the guinea pig. Like, that's for sure. Yeah, like all those UFOs, they just did it, and when they run out of food, probe some crows. There's going to be water under the rocks on Mars, but if you open it, if you if you open it to the little atmosphere there, then it's going to quickly let off oxygen into space, and your water reserves is gone. What do you mean, like the water is going to float off into space, or what? And one doesn't merely produce oxygen or hydrogen; it has to be there. Wait, I'm confused. Hold on. You said like there's water there, right? Under the rocks, and if you lift that rock, it goes away. Like gets turned into oxygen or something. I'm confused. I don't know how water works. Water in its natural state is pH 7, has parts H and OH in it. There were submarine tourists to view Titanic, so I guess there will be volunteers. Oh, that's dark. That's pretty dark. Yeah. That one crew. Yeah. How do they get oxygen on the submarines? Is it just a giant tank of oxygen that's compressed, or are they like somehow making it? I don't know. Future Oil, how do they make oxygen on submarines? Like, how do you guys float for months? Unless it's a secret, unless it's a state secret, don't tell us. But I'm just saying. Over time, the H is going to fly off at that faster rate than you get it. That's why you drag it inside the shuttle really quick. You have to drag it back into your inflatable house before it floats. Water is 2 parts hydrogen and 1 part oxygen. Water is 2 parts hydrogen, 1 part oxygen. Same machine as NASA uses on Space Shuttle. So they are making oxygen. I can't confirm or deny. There you go. Wolfgang says, but you still need energy and it won't last forever. Solar panels. Can't figure out what's in there. Can't figure out what's in there. They are ignoring that in the hype to get research money and keep their cushy jobs. That is correct. They're trying to do it. There's wait, how your money is being wasted? Let's keep giving them more money because they'll figure it out. Physicists have been recently starting the interstellar traveler impossible. Gray submarine. Gary submarine. Physicists have been reluctantly stating that interstellar traveler is impossible. That's what the aliens told them to say. That's what they said. They probably said, "Tell them it's impossible, and stop trying. It's going to be chemically, not mechanically." Guys, I don't know. I'm pretty optimistic though. Like, I think we can do it. Maybe the movie They Live was a little hint and a nod that the aliens are here and they're controlling us, and they're just telling them to say we can't get off the Earth. It's physically impossible. The moon, it's not. We can't go there. I say just send it. See if it makes it. This is the one that might pop your bubble. What the? Oh man, links. What the? Is it a video of something that's going to disprove what I'm saying? They're using a Moxie component which processes C2O to O2, but with carbon monoxide byproduct. Vent the CO into space. There you go. However, I'm not an expert. I'm just basing these results from the NASA website. Gotcha. It's a video. Save it for later. What's it about? Is it like a video about how I'm wrong? Because then it's a fake news. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, I don't know. I just think think it would be dumb. Like, I get that it's going to be a video with like, and then there's going to be like a smart person talking, but then like and then they're going to be like, you can't do it because of the variables and the radiation belt or whatever, and then we're going to do it, and you know what I mean? Like, it would be so dumb that like we just can't get off this Earth, and like we just wait for the sun to implode, and like it's like that's just too stupid of a story. That's why I don't. That's literally why I don't believe it. I'm like, that just can't be real. To me, it's the same as like the whole. They used to think if a car went 40 miles an hour, people would suffocate, kind of a thing. And then like we have cars and it's fine. Like it's just I think everything's gonna be like it'll get figured out along the. People are gonna die for sure, a lot of them, but I think it's gonna get figured out one way or the other. But there's a whole supply and rate of getting the 2O. That's the root of the problem. 5 grams of oxygen aren't going to help us. Well, the other thing we could do is robots. Send like armies of robots into space for all this stuff. And then we could stay on stations orbiting the planets. Science oftentimes does not become news. Oh yeah, like the boring science, yeah. As for the video, it's an attempt to argue the interstellar faster than light travel. Oh, faster than light travel. Yeah, I know that like the faster. Okay, if that's the yeah, I've heard that too. That it's like physically impossible and all that. Yeah, I don't have a take on that because I'm not. I don't have a take on it. If it takes a while, it takes a while. You know what I mean? Like evil, dark wizardry, horror, hell shapes, and apocalyptic scenes are so easy. Being bad person is easy. Try being nice. It requires talent. Name here 2PF. Try being nice. It requires talent. But relatively, it's like inherently flawed, even if it is generally useful in what it is being used for. So even if the super intelligent person says that current physics says blah blah, it doesn't mean that is right. The current physics is probably inherently flawed. Well, the like the whole space-time thing is already kind of going out the window in like the theoretical. I don't know. Listen to what's his name. Remember, I always blank on his name. Donald Hoffman. He talks about like the whole that they're basically getting away from, because once you get to the atom, they can't measure it except when they simulate it with math. Every time they try to simulate it physically, there's nothing at the core of everything. There's nothing there. So it's just information. So we'll somehow matrix our way. Matrix our way through that. They're still figuring those out. I mean, if they already have answers by now, then it should be news by now. So I guess they're still stumped at the moment. They are always figuring things out, but they have no clue what they are doing and are probably sucking up money that could be used for basic research that doesn't involve getting wherever they are going at high exposure. Regarding relativity, it dictates one objective reality. However, quantum mechanics experiments have had more than one objective reality be confirmed, so not only is it relatively flawed, but yeah, I think the space-time thing, it's like kind of, it has limits on what you can achieve with it, you know what I mean? Thinking in terms of like I mean, that's what they're saying now. So it's just that's kind of where things are going to end up having to go. Is like you're going to have to think outside of like this, you know, the nuts and bolts kind of mentality. That's not going to get us super far. But the other branch of combining relativity and quantum mechanics is flawed. I wish we had more space stations and other technology that already works. Yeah, no, that'd be cool. If we had space station, it's cool and all to go down the space-time rabbit hole, but we will still end up wasting our time. Could be drawing instead. Rodrigo Almeida. Hello. Hey, Rodrigo. How's it going? I've been obsessed with Avatar for the past week. The newer movie that they just came out with. I hear good things about it, but I haven't watched any of the new Avatars since the first one. That's where I kind of stopped. Was it any good? I want to be 9 foot tall and blue. Nice. I'm busy from revising for a science test. Well, good luck with the science test. Okay, doke. Sending prayers for my coworkers who had to go to the hospital for a family emergency. Hope the big guy upstairs is watching. There you go. You have to already hear that. But if you want to see my rant about the future over Mars, NASA, and whatnot, it's above. If you want to see my ranting about the current future... Wait, you'd have to send me the link again. I didn't realize you sent me... Did you send me a link to you ranting? Thoughts and prayers? Yeah, thoughts and prayers. Become blue wall paint from Home Depot would be the solution. Let's figure becoming 9 feet tall humanoid later. It's good, but it's science fiction, action, adventure movie. Not for everyone. Honestly, it's a 9 to 10 foot tall blue woman archetype that is responsible for 70% of the success. Nice. I believe in aliens, but we will never see them. I thought you just told me interstellar travel was impossible. Or you're saying because of that. Is that what you're saying? I think humanity could evolve into a sort of an alien form. Maybe some kind of a transhumanist vampiric overlord class. Nice. Because if you're telling me they're here and we can't see them, that disproves your... I'm glad I didn't click on your video, man. Now you're telling me that they can do it, but we can't do it? Oh, he says that Interstellar is impossible based on Leonard Susskind. I'm saying that it's undetermined because physics is flawed. Yeah, I kind of think the same way. Yeah. I think it's, like, possible, maybe. Like, I think it's definitely maybe possible. That's where I take a firm stance on maybe it's possible. I'm putting my reputation on the line and saying that some things are maybe possible in the future, maybe. It's just a problem of time, distance, mass, energy problem. It's just a problem of time, distance, mass, energy problem. We should have more space stations than the ISS. I do think that's a little bit weird that we don't have other space stations. Because I just imagine, like, before the moon, the fact that there's not, like, something like the ISS, but for tourism, I feel like there would be, like, if you made a, like, sort of a luxury hotel, like, I'm saying, like, in a capsule and stuff like that, lower orbit experience for, like, 3 days, 5 mil per person to get stratosphered up there, and then, like, that's an economy right there. That's how you fund your future things. I just feel like that's totally, like, the thing that should be done next. You're gonna have to fund it with, like, people are gonna buy moon rocks, guys, and they're gonna buy, like, they're gonna want to travel to the moon for 3 days. Now, as for having self-sustainable, it is a question a future generation has to answer. I agree, no, definitely not me. Orion using nuclear bombs to propel a spaceships. Nerva using a nuclear reactor to produce rocket thrusters. Right. Self-sustainable just needs to be in equilibrium. I believe it is a joint venture with US and other countries. I believe it is a joint venture with US and other countries. ISS was an international venture with many countries. However, they might dispose of it by 2030. That's unfortunate, I guess. But like I think like they should just they should focus around I think the ISS is great. They should put it in the museum and stuff. But I think that I kind of think they need to do, like I said, I think the way you get space stuff going is you're going to have to lure people in there with, like, space tourism or, even those, like, lower orbit balloons that they have where you're in the capsule and it takes you up to lower orbit. I think things like that. Like you got to get people up there. You got to get people paying for the experience, and that's going to propel. That's going to create demand for more of that kind of stuff. So that's kind of that's kind of my thinking on it. I think all of the technical challenges are going to like resolve themselves. Like I'm not super like interested about like how or why. Like I think like once you get enough people and money into it, they'll like figure it out. Like with the whole like Starlink, right? Like now there's like a lot more of that going on. Good for them. I ain't doing that shit. There's been attempts to stimulate space living on Earth. Simulate space living on Earth. I did hear about that. Yeah, they didn't fare well. They didn't fare well. But to be fair, like even colonies, a lot of colonies like on Earth, when they try to establish themselves, let's say like whoever like traveled to a different country, like in the early days, they like most of them failed. They never stuck. Like what I would do is build like some sort of a encapsulated colony with like a crew of 8, right? And then you replace them, you add more colonies, like, maybe they stay there longer, and, maybe there's like some permanent crew eventually. And then you kind of slowly grow. You have to keep pouring resources in there until you get a foothold of like a permanent residence that's sustainable. Like, that's kind of how I look at it. It's not like, just because one thing didn't work, it's not going to work. I just think we need to, you just need to more, like you just need to try harder, I guess. Ocean Gate Titan all aboard. Nice. Probably costs less than research than the ISS. Though the ISS has the ability to do other types of research that cannot be done on Earth. There's been a few visits to the Titanic. Only the Ocean Gate one was fatal. There's been a few visits to the Titanic. Only Ocean Gate was fatal. Yeah. The only place we're all going is to the banks of River Styx. Wait, Jezebine says not learning physics or vector analysis, just types of contact or non-contact force. You know what I'm saying? I think the hallmark of the future will be lots of talk about futurism and space exploration, while everything else will only get worse and underdeveloped. Oh, you think like it'll be like Cyberpunk Nightmare, but there'll be some advanced stuff? I kind of see like that's the future too, honestly. I do think there's going to be a lot of that. Like there will be progress in technological areas. It's just that like most people will live in like under like some kind of a you know, in a nightmarish cyberpunk like Blade Runner kind of scenario. I can totally see something like that, 100%. Dark Maga Technique. Lol. I can see a lot of talk about let's invest 40 trillion exploring minerals on Jupiter, and in reality, it won't even be possible to get there. Well, not right now. You know, not right now, maybe. Like, we know we can maybe go to the moon, because that was maybe not a hoax, right? So, like, I'm just kidding. I think we went to the moon, maybe, probably. But, I don't know, obviously. But I think that, like, if we can go to the moon, we can build a house on the moon. If we can build a house on the moon, we can build other things other places. Murica? What is that, Murica? Nice. The world is flat, and we never went to the moon. Nice. Gary Submarine. It is a conspiracy theory about Trump is technocrat. Cronies are planning to build a North American technate, which is oddly plausible given the Silicon Valley tech bros that have gathered around him. There you go. People, we need to get a slice of the cheese. We need to get slice of the cheese. Yeah, we need to get to the moon to get the cheese, bro. Like, I'm thinking in realistic steps to get to the other planets. There are no ice walls, just areas where the simulation starts glitching. There's no ice walls, just areas where the simulation starts glitching and you fall through the earth. Oh, like, and you, dude, imagine if like you fell through into the back rooms from there. Like, once you like glitched out of the North Pole, like you just appeared in the back rooms. Dude, that would be a good game. That'd be such a good like idea. Do you remember the discussions from the 2000s about we are facing an electricity crisis? We need to invest in an alternative method to generate energy now. I do remember. I feel like the energy crisis conversation has been like I've been hearing about it my entire life. Yeah. Wait. So it will include a CBDC, AI surveillance, and control, etc. Well, I feel like that already kind of exists. That's like on its way, if not already here. The AI analyzing patterns and stuff like that in certain websites and stuff like that. It's already here, basically. Yeah, it is. Pretty sure barter and black market will still be around. I think it will always be around to some extent. You know what I mean? Some people go to other planets. Some can't go to shop for soda. That's right. That's true. I know that the AI market, the data accumulation market, the crypto market, and the electric car market need to multiply consumption by 10. Oh, you're saying like the demand for electric power? Yeah. I want to have fresh water. Some people build starships. We'll get you a Brita filter. We'll get you a Brita filter so you can filter your water. You'll be alright. Someone trolled you in your own chat for no talent. Let them at them. Oh yeah, I didn't really understand what that person was saying because they were saying that like try being nice, that takes talent, and like I'm just having a normal conversation. I feel like I didn't really like fully like understand what they were saying to like respond. I'm like, I felt like a weird comment a little bit. Does that make sense? Like that's why I didn't like really respond to it, because they're like, you should be nice to like, because that takes talent. And I'm like, but I feel like have I not been nice this whole? I don't know. I feel like I make jokes, but I don't know. It's just you know, it's just ankle biting. You know what I mean? This is like pretty typical ankle biting behavior. It's okay. It's fine. They'll simmer down. I feel like drawing nice stuff is like... I'm trying to work out the logic. Like, I can draw, like, little cute houses and cats and stuff. It's like... I just don't do that. Like, it actually doesn't take talent, like, or like it doesn't take more talent to draw nice stuff or whatever. I'm just sort of inclined towards doing like this kind of stuff, but so it didn't really make sense to me, but at the same, but also like I kind of get it. It's just ankle biting behavior. It's totally fine. It's not. It's okay. I think their logic is backwards a little bit, yeah. Still a jerk, yeah. Um, Central bank digital currency. Nice, nice. Pretty sure barter will still be around. Nice. It's all good. It's rare to see people joining Yuri's live stream to talk nonsense. Well, I mean, if it grows, it's just the way I look at it is like if the stream like grows and stuff or whatever, it's going to happen. Like that, there's no way to not get haters. It's just for me to like, it's like it's just part of the thing. It's totally fine. It's you just have to like kind of just deal with it. I don't know. Honestly, to me, the internet is like a fun place. It doesn't like affect me at all. Like I don't take anything personally at all. Like usually, you know. So it's like I totally get it. I like so yeah. It's like I knew if you're just on the internet long enough, people will come in without a doubt. Yeah, it's nothing personal. I'm not even upset at that person. I get it. They're probably just like, you know, having a bad day, and they're like, I don't know, like whatever. It's like I get it. I mean, I'll ban them. Like if whatever, I'm not gonna like I'll ban them eventually if they, you know, if they're here saying that. But like, it's nothing personal. Most people who attack others for no reason on the internet are drunk and bored. That's a possibility, but there's like there's a lot of unhinged people on there now. You know what I mean? Coolio says, Mr. Forwards is being an influencer of wisdom. Yeah. Thank you. An art is a protected area. An artist will rarely receive a tons of hate. I wonder, has there been like exceptions to that? Like, has anyone been like wrecked? Because usually, yeah, like I think that's true. I think most art channels, like if you go to like on Twitch, any other kind of like category of streams, there's a lot more like kind of you know, just hate kind of. I think art usually the kind of people that are here are kind of like pretty chill or whatever. So yeah, I think it is more rare. I've seen a lot of opinionated YouTubers freaking out. They receive so many threats, so many insults that they snapped. Generally, when an artist receives hate, it's because, in addition to being an artist, they like to give their opinions on controversial subjects, or because they were abusive towards someone. Yeah, I kind of try to stay pretty lighthearted on the opinions, or like whatever, you know what I mean? Like, I try not to go like super into that kind of stuff. But yeah, definitely being mean to people is a bad move. And try to avoid even bringing up any kind of names on stream, like like whatever, unless it's positive. I just don't do it. So sure, there are some modern artists who also receive a lot of hate because nobody can see the value in their work. The more modern stuff, yeah. Honestly, I respect everyone's work. The only ones who infuriate me are those who paint like babies, sell their work for millions, and then go around giving interviews acting like big shots. Do you mean like babies in terms of like their like skill level, or like they're painting like silly work? I mean, I feel like kind of like sales and skill is like kind of like there are two different spectrums. I feel like people who are talented business people, like they can sell anything. Like, you know, it's like they just have like the gene for it kind of thing. Like, that's kind of how I view that. I don't know if I like really believe it, but I kind of do believe it because I've seen some people like they just have the entrepreneurial thing, and they're able to convince people that it's worth something, whereas like other people, they're like, you know, they're like pretty good, but they like can't get things going financially. People who rub paint on canvas with a sculpting pad, they throw paint on it, make stains, and then people show up saying, "Wow, this work conveys a sense of revolt for not belonging." Do you think they do see that? Like, I think like I can kind of see. Let's say you walk into like a huge building, like, and there's like this kind of concrete wall with the light hitting it just the right angle, and you see like this like really huge painting that's like that. I think it's like depending on the context, it's like maybe it's perceived differently when it's presented like in this way. You know, same thing as like we talked about frames. It's like people, I think they do see that. Like when you present it like in a museum, like they do start seeing things. Like it's almost like a form of hypnosis almost. Like I'm not saying, like I'm not even commenting on like the artwork necessarily, but I feel like if you have like a dude like in thick glasses with a turtleneck, like a black turtleneck kind of sweater thing, and he's explaining something and it's like, and they're telling you it is like something, I think people like, they kind of like start seeing things in terms of like, you know, I just think that's how it works. To me, it's clearly money laundering. I think some people do like it. Like I do think they like it and stuff. I don't see the thing like the. I've seen some art like that was kind of cool, but there was definitely like a logical structure to it. It's hard to explain. Like they did like these light cubes in the sky, kind of, and it looked really interesting. It was the only kind of artwork like that I've seen that I was like, this is actually like, I wouldn't mind this on my wall. You know what I mean? This would actually like look kind of stunning, especially if it's like really large. But yeah, I can kind of see what you're saying with like the paint splatters. You know. Dude, even here at Twitch, view count does not mean equal to skill. Yeah, it's like the duct tape banana on the wall and call it art. Yeah, like that kind of stuff, yeah. There are abstract artists, impressionist artists who are really good, but I could give 50 examples that are insane. There are abstract artists, impressionist artists who are really good. Right. No, like I said, I have seen some of that stuff that was interesting, but I do agree with you that it's easily, you know, not easily, but sort of, it's hard to, I think it's easy to bamboozle people into There's a famous example of a guy who paints a rectangle with two colors, and they say that if they get close, you can see things in the paint that don't show up in the photos. The problem is that you discovered this guy sells his paintings for the same price as Caravaggio. I don't feel the slightest anger towards an artist who paints talentless abstract and sells them for 1, 2, 3, 5K. Nice. Yeah, I'm just not interested in that kind of stuff. Like I said, I have images in my head that I want to get on paper, and that's kind of what I try to do. I'm not. But when they come to me and say that blue painting with a white border is worth $145 million, then I know it's money laundering. I'm sorry. Yeah, at that level, yeah. I have to agree with you. I think that is money laundering at that level. Like with that kind of stuff, it has to be, right? It's primarily, like, from what I understand, primarily like the high art world. That's what they're doing. Is they're just moving money around. If they can buy like $145 million painting at the end, before the end of the year, and say, just claim it like, well, I lost, that's how much that was my expenses for whatever, and they don't have to pay taxes on it, and then but then let's say that same painting for 145, you sell it for 50 or 155 million, and you make 10 million. So you're up 10 million. So I don't know. You can buy a Friedrich Church for 300,000. You can buy a Reginald Gustav Dor print for 40,000. That's crazy. Yeah, you're right. It has to be money laundering at that point. I didn't realize that you could buy those things for so cheap. I thought those would be like national treasures. Like, you can't. I didn't know you could buy Gustav Dor. Other than maybe if it's like some hidden private collector that, you know, like it's like behind the. I thought those things would be like sort of nationalized or something in some museum or something. And my conspiracy theory is that there are very rich people interested in buying the great art of the past. Wouldn't they have bought all that stuff out though? Like they're buying what, like the art of the past to hide it and replace it with like modern art or something? Like, is that the conspiracy? J Shep 22. You like H.R. Geiger? Your art is so dope. Thank you, man. Yeah, like I like H.R. Geiger. I'm doing a not exactly an H.R. Geiger, but it does have some similarities. It's like an elevator monster, but it uses it uses like arms to propel itself through space. I think it's pretty dope. I think it's turning out really dope. I think we're getting somewhere slowly. I might give this like that bluish hue treatment too, to kind of make it look like that sort of dark bluish metal that we have over here. I think that's gonna look dope. But yeah, I'm liking where things are headed. I want to erase this arm and put like arms in the background, kind of this angle and that angle, to kind of put like two, like one arm holding onto the wall and another arm like. I don't want to like overshadow. I don't want to get too in the way of the head and like start putting things there, but I kind of do a little bit. Maybe like try something like that. Do you have an Instagram? Yeah, buddy. Let me get you an Instagram. Garam. Copy. There you go. That's my Instagram. And I am at 7 hours. So I'm gonna skedaddle out of here and go eat and stuff. I'm pretty hungry. I'm gonna go eat chicken or something. Or steak, I don't know. But I do appreciate the convos. I had a lot of good convos today. And all that. But yeah, we'll finish it up tomorrow. I don't know. I feel like I'm gonna try and go like super slow and render this stuff out to like the max, max tilt kind of a thing. So, but yeah, I am really like liking the way this picture is going. I think it's looking really dope. But yeah. Thank you guys. I'm gonna get out of here. You all have a good night. Skedaddle. Yeah, I'm gonna skedaddle. Thank you, Coolio. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Reaperput, for the convos. We touched on every subject from AI to art and all that good stuff. Alright, guys, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Thanks for the stream. Yeah, no problem, man. I'll see you guys tomorrow.